What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Mickey Truth, aka the Queen of Paperwork, and I am back with another live. Like I told y'all last night, I wasn't sure if I was going to go live, but I said, you know what? Let me just go ahead and go live this morning because I do enjoy watching the trial in real time with you guys. So, Truth Team. Look, my phone froze. True Team, make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. And as always, y'all already know what we got to kick this thing off. Yo, Hookah, what it do?
You are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
And we are back at it again, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. As always, all information contained in this video is for entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used in this video is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusions that you draw is on you, not me, okay? Truth Team, Court of Internet Public Opinion is now in session. We are waiting on the YNW Melly double murder trial to begin. It's supposed to start in a few moments, anytime now. Also, make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up, because we need them lights to match definitely what we have going on, okay? Let me see. We might be getting there. So, y'all, make sure I'll be in the chat. Make sure y'all let me know y'all opinions throughout the proceedings this morning. Y'all already know the game plan. In between on recesses and sidebars, we will talk about it. I'm going to try not to fall asleep, but y'all already know. Even if I do, we're going to chop it up. Today after the hearing, I will go ahead and do my recap. Then, instead of waiting until later on in the evening, I'm going to just do one live today. So make sure you pop in. For those who are not able to stay on the whole time, y'all know I understand. But just come back and holler at your girl, okay? And hold on, I'm trying to do a couple things at the same time. Good morning, Gates. We getting everything started here. I think we did a lot last night. I did go ahead and drop a condensed video of the information on Jacoby Mills that just dropped this morning. If you haven't had a chance, make sure y'all go check that out. Like, comment, and share it. Other than that, I'm pretty set on where we start off this morning. I believe we're going to go back to the expert witness on the DNA. I believe that's where we left off yesterday before court was adjourned. Oh, y'all, my bad. I'm over here like it's still raining in my area, so it's like, you know. Yeah, shout out to Gates, man. Yeah, last night was crazy. I was like, oh my God, I'm surprised. Like, it just came through. But like I said, that's how I work in real time. So when y'all catch me on those type of lives, y'all are seeing how my brain actually works, okay? How I am able to do timelines for you guys, okay? That is raw, unedited footage. And then you know what's so crazy? I had to take the live down because it said it was some type of copyright stuff in there. And I'm like, what? I don't even know. I haven't had a chance to go back to see what's in there. So whatever it is, I'm going to take it out and then I'll repost it. But I don't know what was in there. I don't even remember playing music at all. So I don't know. Unless it was that, I don't know what I had in there, to be honest. Unless it was the, what's the thing called? You know, I don't know. Now that I think about it, I don't know. I don't think I played any music. Because I didn't even play no music at the end. So I'm not sure. I'm going to find out what part of it it's supposed to be copyright, and see what it is. If it's not too big of a chunk, I'm gonna take it out. If not, it's cool. Like I said, I did the little smaller content video, and that was really the bulk of the video. I will be doing another video. I may do it this morning, just depending about the whole video. I'm trying to get in touch with Bo though to see if he can slow it down a little bit so I can really capture some screens. Not screen. I can't talk this morning. Some shit screens, right? And if I can, I'm gonna do that video. But if not, I'm still gonna do it because, like I said, watching it last night, all those time made me really think maybe something was going on at that moment. But that's gonna come later on. Like I said, I'm about to go ahead because I got to start getting some things ready. So I'm gonna go ahead and press play on the recap they're doing on Law and Crime. As always, shout out to Law and Crime Trial Network for the feed, okay? Because again, not everybody will let you tap into their feed and not trip. They do not. They let you, get in where you fit in. So I do appreciate them for that. And here we go. Shout out to everybody. Good morning. Get your coffee, get your tea, and let's get it.
He was in the car at some point. We saw the video of him getting into the car. But that's it, Jesse. And I do think it's enough for this jury to say, you have not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt.
And let's just be clear. The presence of that DNA, does it tell us whether or not the defendant, YNW Melly, was the driver or passenger?
Well, it doesn't tell us anything. I do think it tells us he might have gotten into the car in the back seat. And we know already that he was, at least based on that video, in the back seat behind the driver. And we know that Henry, at least according to the prosecution, was in the front seat and he was the driver. And we know that Anthony Williams was in the front passenger and Christopher Thomas was in the back passenger. So it really just puts Melly in the car. It doesn't make him the shooter. We don't have a gun. And right now, I am waiting, Jesse, to see what the ballistics says. And I mentioned this before. I'm waiting to see what the medical examiner says. If it says that they were shot from inside the car and the bullets that killed them were done at a certain time and they could only be done from inside the car, then I think the prosecution has a little bit more evidence. Right now, I don't see Melly in that car shooting the two best friends that he has. I don't see a motive. And I think the jury is thinking the same thing.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I'm kind of piecing together the evidence myself, and I am still confronted with the idea of that message, that social media message where he seemed to suggest, Mr. YNW Melly, that he was a part of what happened and said, shh. So I think that was a significant piece of evidence. But going back to yesterday, we heard so much about cell phones and cell phone towers. I am giving you the very tough task, Terry Austin, of explaining to us what the relevance of all that was. What's the conclusion about that cell phone evidence at the end of the day?
So here's the conclusion I came to, and I think the conclusion that the jury came to. We can put the cell phones, all of the cell phones, including Melly's cell phone, in the area of the site where the event occurred. But that's it. We don't really know, was he holding the phone? We don't know if the phone was in the car. We don't know if the phones was in the bush somewhere. And this is what came out on cross-examination, that you really don't have a definitive area for where the phones were. And there's some give or take 78 meters where it could be in a band of an area. So we don't even have a specific location. And the expert did have to say, look, I'm not really sure. This is the FBI agent. And I got to say, I do think that his background was very impressive. But at the end of the day, he could not put that phone at a specific spot. So I think the jury is thinking, okay, so there were a bunch of phones in a particular spot. It doesn't tell us anything really as far.
Hold on. I thought they knew exactly where the phone was. Wasn't that the stance from the beginning? They knew exactly where he was and that he moved over a couple of meters. Like, that is crazy. That's crazy.
A little bit of YNW Melly's behavior. And also, I'm curious how he was behaving yesterday. And also, who have you been seeing in that courtroom, maybe supporting him or supporting the victims in this case?
Well, I have to say he has a huge
fan base and a huge family base, and they have all been in that courtroom. His mother is there every single day. His grandmother is there every single day. And they look at each other, they communicate with each other, they're making sure that each other is supported. His brother is there every day. So I would say that Melly's side of the room, and you know, with courthouses, they often have seats reserved, and they have seats reserved for the victims' families and for Melly's family. And so that side, Melly's side, is always filled to capacity. I've seen people coming in as far as the family of the victims also, but that side is not generally filled up. I don't know why that is the case, but I mean, every now and then people are coming in. I haven't seen anyone famous coming in. I will say that there is a ton of security. There are sheriff officers in that courtroom every single day. I counted about 8 the other day. They are checking under the benches to see whether or not there are any bombs or explosions. So it's a very tight and securely, you know, fastened and buttoned down courtroom. The judge is amazing, Jesse. He is just sitting there very cool, calm, and collected. He runs a tight courtroom. When the jury is out and when the cameras are off, he's a little bit more relaxed. He told us the other day, you think it's cold here, it's even colder in the other courtrooms. So I think the judge really knows the case. He's making good decisions. He's running a tight ship. And so far, you know, basically, I think the tension in the courtroom is relaxed a little bit, certainly when we go on breaks, but it's a tight ship running in that courtroom.
All right, Terry Austin, I know you have to get back into that courtroom. Thank you so much for your great reporting.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, we're going to check back in with Terry a little bit later on. So this is a good time for us to hit a quick break here at the network.
All right, well, that was a great recap opinion on the information provided. What is that? What the world? What's that? This is yours from my house. Oh, really? Well, shoot, put it in the microwave. What is it? Turkey wings, corn, rice. Yeah, put that in the microwave. My bad, y'all. I can't reach my mute button, but yeah, I'm hungry. Woke up hungry this morning. I'm kind of still sleepy. I ain't gonna lie. But all right. So from what they said so far is that DNA was found in the car belonging to Melly in that, but like I said yesterday, I'm not shocked if that is the case. My question would still be, is it mixed in with any type of blood? So they didn't mention it in a recap, so I don't know. Hold on, are they back? Let me see.
Which is what the case I provided to Governor States. So the state does have to prove multiple members and that they are also committed and engaging in criminal acts.
And what authority would I have? Was there some case law that was happened before?
For Detective Polo to testify as such.
Yes.
He has testified twice in Judge Busan's courtroom wearing this same headgear in the case of the state of Florida versus
No, I was asking if there was any public cases.
I have not seen any, Your Honor, on this specific issue. He's testified before Judge Fine just last week wearing the same headgear in State of Florida versus Scott Peterson. The other one is State of Florida versus Trayvon Newsom. There's 3 other co-defendants as well on that case.
Well, Judge, first of all, regarding that, I would like to see the outfit that he is supposedly going to wear to disguise himself. It's a violation of the Confrontation Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And the state should have, with all due respect, filed a motion giving us notice of that prior to bringing it up. Concerning that, there are several issues concerning that. And the Confrontation Clause deals with the demeanor of the witness.
Can I stop you for a second?
Huh?
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
Regarding this particular witness, did you take his deposition?
We did take this step.
And was he wearing a mask then or not?
Yes, sir.
He was, but.
So let me stop. I'm just trying to figure out, is this the same type of mask that he's wore then he's going to wear now?
Yes, sir.
I think the court needs to see it because it covers his entire face other than his eyes. So the jury cannot see and observe his demeanor at all. at all.
I understand the court only wants to hear arguments.
No, I was trying to figure, counsel said he wants to see what it was.
I really want the court to see it.
That's why I want to know through the deposition if he's wearing a mask during the deposition.
I just wanted to clarify two things. Mr. Elstein is making the argument. One is that the record is clear that none of the threats that this witness, that were referred to by the state concerning this witness, have anything to do with this defendant or this case. The other is to clarify that the state did not file a motion, but the state did give me notice yesterday evening. They raised the fact that this issue would be raised.
If I may approach, this is a photograph from.
I'd ask that you print that out and mark it as an exhibit.
I can't print it in color in the courtroom, but I'm happy that's a June 12th photo from the Broward County Courthouse where Detective Polo was testifying in a different case.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, can we approach the bench for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you, KG, for the Cash App. I really appreciate it. All right, y'all. So from what I heard so far is that this witness, matter of fact, hold on, y'all. This witness that they're wanting to call that's wearing this mask, right, is going to speak on some type of gang affiliation. So I think they're getting into the part of their stance that Melly up there. Hold on, let me get back to my computer. My bad. Okay, definitely. So they are already starting off already with the shits. Okay. So what would this mean for Melly? I don't know yet. I definitely would say it wouldn't be the best to have somebody with a mask on though, talking about, I don't know about that one. I think that would make it kind of like, what's the word? Like, it would, to me, if I saw somebody with a mask on talking about gang stuff, I would definitely, for one, I definitely would feel like it's like a confidential informant. And for two, it would definitely make me feel a little nervous as a juror, right? Sitting there looking at somebody talk gang information with a mask on, for one, especially ones with just the eyes. I mean, that would spook me, period. So here's, I don't know, maybe I'm reaching, but I don't think that would be good letting somebody testify on that level, you know what I'm saying, with a mask on. Now, like a little face, the blue mask, that's one thing. Shout out to Nyla's Corner with Mommy. That's different. That's different. I don't know. And I could be biased because I get everybody wearing a mask, especially in a demeanor like that, spooked me out. So I get I look at all of them sideways at that point. Okay, I want to make sure I ain't missing nothing. But y'all, they are starting with the blows this morning, okay? They're like, yo, no. Even though he already tested, a deposition. So this person did it. Hold up. I just thought about something. Why the world didn't they say that the guy, or assumingly the witness, has nothing to do with the case? But I'm having some technical issues. Seem like we've been dealing with storms and stuff, so I don't know if that's why. I had my daughter warm up my food and I don't even want it. Then I got to put it back up. All right, y'all know how I do. I be walking around during the time that I'm on live. because I got other things to do at the same time. But let me see here. This is something, okay? This is a long sidebar, I tell you that much. Dang, you done transformed. Look, I saw my daughter looking one way a minute ago, and now she's looking another way. All right, y'all. As we're waiting, they're having a sidebar on the particulars of the next witness. From what I gather, is somebody that's going to speak to the gang affiliation. So that's what we are. Good morning, GCA. Good morning, Prince. Welcome. So Prince says, not here in the beginning, but it may be an undercover gang unit task force officer. He doesn't want to reveal his face because he was active on active cases. I mean, that's not far-fetched. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. This is getting interesting. Now, as of right now, I don't believe it's an actual gang. Is it a gang enhancement on this? I don't know. Is it? I don't recall if it's a gang enhancement or not. But nevertheless, any gang talk in a case, especially a double homicide case, especially if they start showing videos, because not only allegedly is Melly in videos doing gang signs or whatever, you got the victims doing gang signs. And it would be, unfortunately, it would be rude to speak on behalf of one if you're not going to speak on the whole situation. So I don't know about the gang talk, to be honest, because I think that will cause a bad taste overall in the case, in my opinion. But, they bring it in for whatever reason. Because even in the deposition of Detective Moretti, he talks on the gang culture within YNW, right? He even refers to names like, are you part of YNW, the label, or YNW, the gang, right? They mention a lot of names in it, including 1090 Jake. So I don't know exactly what it would do for the case itself. Bringing up the politics, they do assume or allegedly say they have text messages from known gang members texting Melly like in code that's supposed to be about the actual murder. So I don't think this is gonna be good for the defense unless they get that witness to either not be allowed or possibly get the ruling that I'm saying he, but I don't know if it's he or she, to take off their mask. And if that's the case, and especially if they're on an undercover capacity, they may, fight the court not to testify. So I don't know. Yeah, so the reason, and this is just according to documentation, okay? They're saying it's gang related. Because part of the statute for death penalty, okay, you got to prove a couple things, right? And one of those things can be as far as if it was part of like the furtherance of a gang, right? So they have a detective on record stating that YNW Melly, YNW Bortland, YNW Sack Chase. I'm not 100% sure about Juvie, but at least those three are known members of the gang of Bloods, right? They're stating that they're part of different like sects or something. Like it get, it get a little technical, but they break it down in the deposition. And in that deposition, they also talk about how Melly was basically like allegedly like a foot soldier trying to come up the ranks. And by doing this murder, for whatever reason, would have helped him get to a higher like level within the gang. Like I said, that 134-page deposition I showed y'all the other day, yeah, it says a lot. Back in February, I go over it, but not in detail. I think I may do that this week though, depending on what happens, because Moretti hasn't even taken a stand yet. So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna schedule a time this week. And we're gonna go through the whole 134 page deposition because it says a lot. To be honest, I'm gonna tell you something I learned from it, and not just on this case, but I learned how the police categorizes informants and snitches. Right? Until then, I thought it was all one of the same. Now, depending on where you're from, they probably are still one of the same. But as far as law enforcement, he actually breaks down what they consider an informant and what's considered a snitch in the eyes of the law. So, hey, it's a lot of details. See you later. Have a good day. Love you. No, bye-bye. Bye-bye. So you just gonna smile at me. All right, but yeah. So we're waiting for them to come back. Still in the sidebar. But yeah, that is something, okay? That is something. This is about to get oh shoot. This my bad, I'm about to burn my waffles. And who told you to take one of my waffles, bro? Alright, y'all. Give me some technical difficulties. Every time, okay, y'all, hold on. Y'all gonna hear some mute real quick because every time I walk in the kitchen, for some reason, this start acting crazy. So give me a minute. I'll be right back. Let me go get my plates. It's hurting again. All right, I'm back. I'm back. And they still on the sidebar? Okay, hold on. I gotta catch up with y'all comments. What I've been talking about. It's important information because a documented confidential informant is not subject to discovery unless by not disclosing it violates a. Well, I think this person, from what I understood, this person has already been provided a deposition to the defense because that was asked. And they asked if he had the face, and I keep saying he, I don't know if it's a he or she. They keep stating that the mask that is wanting to be wore in the courtroom was wore with, shoot, I can't talk this morning. Y'all get what I'm saying? But you know, he had it on then. Let's see. The defense is confidential. Yeah, I don't think it's a confidential informant because, hold on, because you can't, if you do a deposition, you got to provide your name though, right? If I'm not mistaken, you still got to provide your name if it gets to that point. I'm assuming at that point. I don't really know the ins and the outs when it comes to the confidential informants. Did I miss a call? How did I get? I don't know. How did I get it? Said not the CI, just the deposition. I think I'm not getting what you're saying, Prince. What you mean? Oh, I'm right. I don't think I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that depositions is sealed or like, I don't know, I'm missing what you're saying this time. And this thing kind of crunchy. Depositions under oath can be used as witnesses later on at trial. Oh, okay.
If your bread can't do this.
But I think in this case, I mean, unless, okay, now I get why you said that. Okay. You're saying even if they decide not to let him take the stand with the mask on, if it's a point where he can't take the stand with the mask on, they can just use his deposition. Is that what you're saying? I'm assuming that's what Prince is saying. All right, y'all. We still waiting. Like I said, we talked a lot last night, so I really don't have a lot of refreshing to do. So really, I'm just sitting here eating my breakfast, waiting on them to do something. But I guess I can pose a question. Matter of fact, let me do a poll. Let me see, what is gonna be my poll question today? What it do, come in? I'm eating waffles and I don't overcook them so they're a little crunchy, but I'm eating them anyway. Let me see, what's my poll question today? All right, I got my question coming. It's coming. All right, so I got a new poll up. I want y'all to hit the poll. Let me know what y'all think. Will the gang expert hurt Melly's case? Because the sidebar they're having that's taking all this time is in reference to an expert that's going to speak to gang. Now, I did hear one case. Dang, what was the case? They mentioned one case that I recall, like I remember hearing. Let's see what they're talking about.
Door handle. Here are his conclusions.
When you were looking at it as two contributors, how did you exclude the defendant in this case, Mr. Downs?
How did I exclude him?
Yes.
So again, I have to do a visual comparison and then running it through to generate the likelihood ratio. It resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
When you looked at it again as a three-person mixture, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not Christopher Thomas was included as a source of that mixture?
Yeah, he was included as a three-person as well.
And what were the statistics on the three-person mixture for Christopher Thomas?
The results are at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th, or 8.15 septillion times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of, as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a 3-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle material?
Yes, the results are at most 46, and this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, what verbal qualifier would you give if he is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, Jamel Demons, in this case?
I did, yes.
And what was your conclusion in a 3-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Demons being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from Jamel Demons and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And what verbal qualifier did you give to that particular item of Mr. Demons being included?
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
So if I'm understanding it correctly, Matt, the defendant, Jamel Demons' DNA was not on a lot of this evidence. It was not on a spent casing, a water bottle, sandals, blood stains on a T-shirt, the blood stains on this pair of Air Jordans, but it was on the door handle. It first wasn't found on there, but when they did a second test this month, they were able to determine it could be him. What's the significance of that, in your opinion, for the prosecution's case?
Well, I'm not sure what the significance of it is. It's not like it's, hey, we've now found that Melly was near this car or, was at the scene. I mean, we know that. We already know that by looking at a video that he was in the vehicle. So finding his DNA on the door handle, is not earth-shattering evidence that's going to change the dynamics of this case. We have other supporting evidence that puts them there. This just, further, shows that, hey, they've examined this vehicle. They've found DNA in this vehicle. They found Melly's DNA in this vehicle. It's not, the smoking gun, so to speak, in terms of this case.
Well, let's talk again about what happened on cross, because we learned that the certain swabs weren't tested until after this trial started. Let's listen in now and see how that unfolded.
Sir, did you know that when you received the blood stain on the headliner, that was after this trial started?
I did not know.
But you started that in April 25th of 23, just 2 months ago?
The headliner was, that was prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item that you received on April of 23 was what?
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area of rear driver's seat, the blood swab of smear from rear of driver's seat, and the contact swab of front driver side door handle interior.
Okay. And you did not know that was after this trial started, correct?
I did not know.
And none of that came back to the DNA of this young man, Jamel, correct?
Correct. It was deemed uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate a DNA profile because there was insufficient amount of DNA.
Do you know what the delay was in sending that evidence to you?
Objection, outside the scope, speculation.
And did you receive any other items in 2023?
Yes, one last item, item 43.
And that was the door handle of the rear door? Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And did I hear you correctly that you first ran a test and it did not come back matching or belonging to or contributor to Jamel?
That's correct.
And did I also hear you correctly then you discussed something about your software with your supervisor?
With the technical team, yes.
And then ran another test and had a 3-person contributor?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden it matched or was labeled as Jamel may have been a contributor?
That's correct.
What date was that, sir?
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay, so Matthew, we heard Terry before saying the reason this could be significant is, does it not show what the defense amplified in their opening statement, that this was sloppy police work? Remember, their theory was they targeted YNW Melly because he's famous, and maybe they rushed to judgment, and not all the avenues were checked, and not all the I's were dotted or T's were crossed. I always get that mixed up. Sometimes I mess that up, but I got that right there. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe is that what this is a sign of?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what this does for the prosecution's case, other than, make the water a little murky here. I mean, why even bring it up? You have video of Melly getting into the vehicle. What do you need to have DNA or some test done while the trial is going to show that his DNA is there on the door handle? All that does is muddy the water. It gives jurors some pause. Why wasn't this done earlier? Why take this up so late in this process? And it does point to shoddy police work, which is something that if I were a defense attorney, that I would pound away at. And this gives me fodder to do that. And the prosecution brought it up itself. It doesn't add anything significant to the prosecution's case, but it opens the door to the defense to pound away at this shoddy police work.
Yeah, I think there's something to that in a way, and I think that's what's a little bit concerning. And we know the defense has honed in on this. They brought up an argument, I think it was yesterday, where they said that you couldn't, and the judge, I think, agreed, there was.
Oh, that's a good point, Prince. Prince said, second test with a note from the detective to run it again because the defendant wasn't included. Shows prosecution was trying to strengthen her case last minute. The second report she ran 2 weeks ago. Hey, like I told y'all, if for some reason nothing else like hardcore evidence come about and this is found as a guilty case, I definitely believe on appeal it's going to be thrown out for so many technicalities just on the prosecution side. But let's listen back.
continue to investigate a case. And if you find exculpatory evidence, you have to turn that over to the defense, and it could change, your view of prosecuting this case. But if you find inculpatory evidence that you discovered after the trial, after the discovery has been completed and the trial has begun, you can't use that. Even if it impacts the case, you can't use it because you can't surprise the other side. You can't surprise the defense. You can't ambush them by bringing up evidence that they've never had any chance to look into themselves. And the judge was adamant about that.
Yep, that's a good point. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to see what is happening in court. And if we're not back live, we still have so much more to talk about in the YNW Melly murder trial. We'll be back.
Woo! The stars are aligning. At this point, if the prosecution, in my opinion, doesn't start really dropping like bombs, I don't see how they're gonna win this case, because I just don't see how you wait till the month before. Now, mind you, this trial was supposed to start last year. And because the whole death penalty situation going to the Supreme Court and all that, it got prolonged. So it just shows, if this would have took place this time last year, and I'm not sure exactly what month it was scheduled for off the top of my head, but if this would have took place last year, Melly would have got found not guilty because they didn't have nothing then. And the parts that they're trying to hang on to now, they technically don't really have a lot now. Maybe a little bit more than they would have had last year. They would have went to trial. So I want to ask the truth team, do y'all think, in y'all opinion, that the situation with submitting the death penalty was employed by time to gather more evidence that they claim they already had? Because in my opinion, I'm going to say yes. I feel that was employed by the prosecution, knowing that the defense was going to fight it, because that's a big situation to face the death penalty. But knowing they were going to fight it, bought them time to try to scramble for a case. I feel like they overstepped. They jumped in the deep end too quick. Then it's like, oh, snap, we here now. We're going to have to maneuver to get this done. And guess what? It's becoming a sloppy situation. Let me unmute so I can hear when they come on. That's just my opinion. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Do y'all think that's the issue? Or do y'all think, nah, they got it, they just trying to update it? I don't know. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy person, but I mean, you know what? It's not even a conspiracy at this point, because I mean, just what they're outlining in court shows they was not ready. Like they said they was, even if trial would have took place last year. And from my understanding, the only reason why it didn't take place last year was because of the death penalty fight. That was it. I don't know. But hopefully they come on soon. This is bad work for sure. Okay. That's something. What? Now I don't want to really play something else and then they start talking. But I really, like I said so much last night. Oh, well, I guess I can do a sidebar real quick that has nothing to do with Melly case. If y'all didn't see, I was going to do a video, and I said I'm just going to wait until today and do one. Boosie did take to Twitter and speak on his case, or his release being held up due to the prosecutor. Now, as I showed y'all last night, I saw that the request was denied. However, I did not see the new case. So I wonder if it's issue with the new case. And I'm sorry. Yes, I'm still eating my own waffle. On the next sidebar, I'll have it, because my hands are sticky right now. But I'll do a Boosie update on our next break. Once I'm finished eating, I'm gonna look it up. Because he said in the Twitter post, right? And no, do I think this is actually Boosie? No, but his team, right? is asking everybody to protest outside of the courthouse in California for his release, because he said it's unjust what they're doing to him. So the saga continues, and this is just crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. Well, dang, that came in like the vengeance. Okay, so I can finish eating my food. I'm gonna let this play, and then I'll check in a minute.
Demmons faces the death penalty for the 2018 shooting deaths of his two friends and fellow rappers, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. Now, while we wait for it to jump back live into that Broward County courthouse, I'm keeping a careful eye on the courtroom feed. I do want to take a look back at some of the testimony from FBI Special Agent Brendan Collins, who was on the stand to testify about forensic cell phone data yesterday. And I'm not going to lie to you, it was a little tough to follow, so I want to make sense of what the jury might have taken away from this, but let's hear what he had to say.
Was other physical evidence provided for you to review?
I don't think I saw physical evidence, no.
Oh. So going on to the next slide, the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. If you can explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different hours for both the red and blue film between 4:17 and 4:23. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where 4:17:43 for blue phone is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles from the tower. Shortly after that, 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22 and 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related and direct in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another, well, both phones moved north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here in the period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame?
Yes, 4:17 to 4:23.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form.
Now, Matthew, I don't want to take away from the significance of this. I think it's really important. Cell phones are sometimes a great way to track somebody, but we're presuming that Demmons was using one of these phones, right? And that, it places him in the location of maybe his co-defendant and the victims at these key times. I just don't know what the jury might have taken away from this, because it was very dense and very complicated.
Well, yes, Jesse, this kind of evidence can be, very tedious for a jury because it's hard to understand. So they're trying to follow, they're trying to make sense of it. But here, I think, the point that's trying to be made, again, by connecting the dots, is that we know that Melly went to the vehicle with a phone in his hand. He's looking at it. We know that on a surveillance tape. So, we can assume that he got into that vehicle with that phone, and now we're tracking that phone, and presumably he's with that phone, and that phone is with the victims and the co-defendant or the other assailant. So, this is what circumstantial evidence is about. Connect these dots. He had his phone. We know, and jurors know, that people normally don't leave their phone. Their phone is almost an appendage. So we can assume he's in that vehicle because he had the phone in his hand, and now we're tracing where this vehicle went with this phone and with the other phones as well. So this is all part of a process of building a case for the prosecution.
Well, a little bit later in his testimony, he got into the phone records from the day of the murders. Let's take a look at that and we'll break it down.
Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26, 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 9158. And then at 12:01, the red phone is in this span, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. And then 12:07 to 12:12, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. If they're both on the same tower at the same time, near Pines and US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
Can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same vehicle?
By the way, Matt, how accurate is this data? Because we know that the defense on cross, they tried to suggest that this is, a rather large radius. We also don't know who is operating the phone. We don't know who was holding it. How accurate is this, and how important is it in these kinds of trials?
Well, it's not precise. It's not exact. It's not going to tell us within, a few inches or feet even where, the phone is and where the phone is in proximity to other phones. But what it's going to give us is a general idea, that these phones were in the same area. So I think, logic sort of dictates if 4 people leave in the car and they all have phones, and this vehicle moves into a general area where we now know that these phones are within, even a mile of each other. I mean, I think we can conclude from that the likelihood that these phones would all be a mile apart after driving away a few miles, their connection to the tower, just wouldn't sort of make sense. So general.
It's part of the building blocks. It's part of this case. It's not going to be the smoking gun, but it is going to help tell part of the story. We will take another break. We're keeping a very careful eye on the courtroom feed. Hopefully we can jump live right after this. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Oh, I just hit my toe. Good morning, M. Rose. All right, y'all. So y'all remember last night I requested that document. It just came to me, so I'm looking at it. Let me see what it says. I'm reading it. Mm-hmm. I'm reading it. Don't really say nothing. Don't really say nothing. I really thought it was gonna say something different. All right, so it doesn't say nothing. 10 pages of blah. Okay, 10 pages of blah. All right, so I mean, the stance is still the same though. I just can't, like, my stance in my opinion is still the same, put it that way. What date was this? So the official judgment on that case, right, was done on February 5th, 2019. And this is for Jacoby Mills, right? And it's in regards to the carrying concealed firearm in the possession of 20 grams or less of cannabis. One is a felony, one is a misdemeanor. Of course, the firearm charge is the felony. It says here, all right, and it basically just says that the defense didn't provide any cause stating why they should not, a verdict of guilty should not be rendered. Also said that the defendant is a qualified offender pursuant to S943. I see it moving. Are they about to talk? Do I got the thing muted? Okay. So does that mean he a felon? See, I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna look into it more, okay? Because that still, it just heightens my senses, because according to this, and I'm gonna post it. Matter of fact, hold on, let me send it. Let me pull it up. Hopefully I have time real quick to show y'all what I'm talking about. Oh, I'll show y'all.
Yes, sir. Please state your full legal name for the record. Danny Polo. Please spell your first and last name. DANNYPOLO. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and please have a seat.
Thank you.
Detective Polo, what's happened is you're wearing a mask now. Defendants have objected to that.
Yes, sir.
And the state indicated that it's been done in other courtrooms, and there's a predicate for it, I guess because of safety and security is the way I understand it, specifically your safety and security.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, Madam?
Yes, sir.
So I want you to come in here. I want to take some testimony from you outside the presence of the jury just to verify all of this. So, Ms. Bradley, I want to have you inquire.
Detective Polo, how long have you been employed?
With the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Broward County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2015.
How long have you been assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division?
Since March of 2018.
In your time in the Strategic Investigations Division, or SAD, have you worked undercover operations?
Since that time and before.
And the undercover operations that you work, what type are they?
Majority of them are narcotics, firearms, violent crimes, gang-related investigations.
How many years did you spend specifically in the gang and organized crime section of the Strategic Investigations Division?
From March of 2018 till 3 weeks ago.
Have there been credible threats on your life?
Yes.
Is there currently a credible threat on your life?
Yes.
In terms of is there an amount of money assigned to the death of you that has been offered up?
Approximately $50,000.
In terms of your safety and security, why do you wear the mask? For those reasons.
To protect my family. So I'm not walking around Broward County, Palm Beach County, Dade County, anywhere, and get ambushed by someone that might be looking for me. We've done cell phone warrants on multiple people in Broward County involved in the investigation work at the threat. And outside of that investigation, there's photographs of deputies being sent around, people trying to figure out who I am and what I look like. And that's a kind of a concern for me. If it was just one person, I'd probably just write it off. But yeah, after 5 or 6 cell phones got downloaded, and there was pictures of many deputies being sent around saying, "Is this Danny Polo?" I'm like, okay, these guys are actually looking for me.
And so, Detective Polo, with regards to the prior times you testified in court, Did you testify earlier this month before the Honorable Judge Martin Fine?
Yes,
How were you attired?
I believe I was wearing this suit probably.
And in terms of your face, how was that done?
Same mask.
Have you testified before the Honorable Judge Michael Usan in this courthouse?
Yes,
Was that in or around February and March of this year, 2023?
yes.
And what case was that on?
That was the XXX Tentacion case.
And that was the death of that individual?
Yes,
How many times did you testify in that case?
it was twice.
How were you attired when you testified then?
Different suit, same mask.
And in terms of during that particular testimony, were individuals trying to call your cell phone and get in contact with you during the actual testimony?
Yeah, that happened.
And was this testimony live streamed as well?
It was live streamed.
Thank you.
You have any questions
Yes,
on this issue? Go ahead.
yes. What time did you get to the courthouse today and sit outside?
Just after 9 o'clock.
And were you wearing that mask?
No, sir.
In fact, you've been sitting out there for at least an hour unmasked as people were walking in and out, correct?
Correct.
Are you the only expert in the dealing with gangs in DSO?
I believe I'm the only one that's testified as an expert at the Broward Sheriff's Office currently.
How about in the state of Florida? You know?
I'm sure there's other experts in the state of Florida.
And for the last hour, you've been right outside this courtroom where the doors are, correct?
Yes,
Unmasked,
yes,
as people in this group, including myself, were walking in and out, correct?
yes, sir.
You weren't concerned about your safety then?
No one knows who I was out there. And I was under the impression I wasn't going to be allowed to wear the mask. So I took that one on the chin.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. So, detective or deputy, I'm sorry, which is it?
Detective Deputy.
Regarding, you're telling me that you have fear for your safety.
For my safety, but more for the safety of my family.
And that's if you're faced with broadcast.
Yes, sir.
And you're indicating now that there's intelligence from BSO that there's some type of bounty or price on your life.
I intercepted it on a court-authorized wiretap through the state of through Broward County. It was a wire authorized by Judge Siegel. We had a gang investigation. During that investigation, there was conversations about placing a bounty on my head, upwards of $50,000. And since then, we've, as I stated before, recovered several cell phones in that investigation, other narcotics investigations, firearms investigations, an investigation in South Carolina that is tied to Broward, where photographs of deputies were sent with my name attached to it. People trying to figure out who I am, what I look like.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You step down, just wait outside. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Ooh, jeez. Ooh, Jesus. All right. That was a lot to take in. I don't even know where to begin. All right. Well, I'm scratching my head. I don't even know where to start at. Yeah, y'all know I'm like, All right. All right. Let me focus. That I wasn't expecting all that. Okay, so let's just get to the facts, I guess, of the matter. Is that Detective Danny Polo deposition is publicly available. That's why I'm tripping a little bit too, because I'm like, yo, if a detective that is claiming to have a bounty on his head, right? If all right, have a bounty on his head, if his statement is public, that makes me kind of be concerned about the statements of others or the depositions of others that's not public, because you literally can go pull up his deposition. And I may have mixed up the names. Let me see. Maybe it was his that had all the names of the people in it. I'm trying to pull it up right now. Hold on. Because I thought it was Moretti. It might be Moretti, but now that I'm hearing that name, I remember reading his deposition. Oh, girl. This got me all discombobulated. Let me move my phone out the way. This is heavy. Okay. And I'm over here like, I heard him say South Carolina. I'm like, dang, who you gonna testify for against South Carolina and Florida? South Carolina always up in the mix of something. Now I don't know nothing about no connection with that, but I hear it in a lot of cases, even in New York and other places like that. But this is something. I'm really over here like tripping. Like, I'm about to pull up his deposition, because now I need to refresh to see exactly what he had to say. Maybe his testimony was the one that name dropped everybody. I don't know. I gotta remember now. I thought it was Moretti. Yeah, I'm just speechless. I ain't gonna lie, I'm speechless. Now, in y'all opinion, did the defense have a point? I kind of felt like they had a point. If you're sitting in the hallway, because in my opinion, based off watching Law and Order SVU season 1 through 26, okay? Remember, this is where all my knowledge is coming from, okay? Law and Order. SVU season 1 through 26. In cases similar to this, is normally somebody, if it's affiliated with some type of group, right? Somebody is in the courtroom, like at the courthouse. Somebody is sitting out. So my thing is, why would you unmask yourself, sit in the lobby of the courthouse, right? Put on a mask to go into the courtroom like somebody's not possibly watching the area. You literally have the same clothes on. Your clothes are not covered to like hide what you're wearing or nothing. But then you put the mask on to go inside the court where the cameras are. And then you get on the stand and you say your life is in danger and a bounty. To me personally, based off looking at Law and Order, okay, I'm gonna have to keep specifying that. This is only my opinion based off Law and Order, okay? That don't make sense to me. Because literally it could be people in the courthouse looking around, sitting there, blending in with the crowd. I don't know. Maybe I watch too much TV, but that's just my opinion. I don't know. I think the judge has a tough decision on what he is going to rule on in this regards. Because even if I place myself in that situation for the judge, I wouldn't know what I will rule on or how I will rule. Because the defense does have a point, but at the same time, you can't take in consideration the threat on the guy's life. That's gonna be a tough one. I'm actually kind of anticipating what he's gonna say or how he's gonna rule. Dang. All right, y'all. Hold on, I'm pulling up. Yeah, I'm really still like shocked. I ain't gonna lie. I'm shocked. So I kind of really don't know what to say. Other than I'm really trying to waiting to see what the court is going to say in regards to if he's going to be able to wear the mask. It's just if I take the feelings out of the thought, right? Meaning the I guess the compassion that his family could be at danger and all that. If I take that out of the whole situation and just look at it as, you know what I'm saying, the whole argument, I will probably have rule for him to take the mask off. But when you put compassion into it, it's going to be a hard situation. Let me see. Prince says,
Nothing repels like Rain-X.
Presidents will dictate. I'm guessing mask comes off, live stream cuts off. I think that may be it. That may be it. And to be honest, that may be the route to go anyway. Because at this point, if we go off of the argument the defense made, he has already revealed himself. Okay. The issue is revealing himself in front of cameras, being on the actual, you know what I'm saying? So I get that. So I agree with Prince on this one. The mask might come off. Now, I think it's gonna be definitely he may get pushback because, and I'm not sure about Florida, but I know in Georgia, you have to hold like the media can file motions with the court as far as like the rule of the law that allows these type of hearings to be public. I think they're about to start in a minute, right? And we went through that, and I say we because remember I was one of the people that submitted the request to be in the courtroom for YSL and had to submit the Rule 22. Now, I don't know if that still stands, if that stands in Florida. I'm speaking on Georgia, right? Because I have personal experience it. You will petition a court even if the courtroom is sealed, right? You will petition the court.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're waiting for day 7 of the double murder.
You will petition a court, and that's what I did in order to go into the hearings that are sealed, right? You'll put like your business, and I think I did a video on it, walking through how I had to submit it. Now, they can deny it. However, it was a whole hearing just for this purpose in the YSL case in Fulton County in regards to a lot of big media, little media in between was not with the courts being sealed off from the public and from the media. It further went on, as long as you had the Rule 22 on file, you were able to go in. So, you know, that's that. I don't know about Florida though. I don't know if they have something in place like that. So that would be interesting enough. But if they do have something, excuse me, similar to what Georgia has, then that witness it won't testify today, in my opinion. They'll have to have a special hearing. A motion will have to be filed so that the courts can be sealed and it'll go from there. And that's just my opinion. Again, I'm not familiar with how Florida works. I'm going off of law in Georgia, which could be different. Every state is different. But if it is like that, then yeah, he won't be testifying today. It's a process that has to happen. That is something. I'm trying to connect to my doggone Wi-Fi on my other computer. That is something. This case is just getting deep. I ain't gonna lie, it's getting deep. I guess y'all must be speechless too. So at least it's not me, because I see everybody's like, even Prince. I ain't seen Prince putting that in a minute either. Like, I really don't know, y'all. This is just something. Yeah, I'm trying to get on. For some reason, my main computer that I always use, right? It never pulls up like it's supposed to during the day. But see, like last night, I was able to get on it like with no problem. But during the day, it's never pulling up. I don't know, but I'm trying to get on my other laptop. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Did it connect? I could have sworn I sent it to myself. It might take me a minute because I don't think in my other video if I actually hold up. Y'all know me. I'll go check a previous live. So okay. I'm just checking that out. Let me check my live from February and see if I have it up. I got a lot of videos on here. A lot. I wonder, did I do a video to this? For some reason, I feel like I did like a video. Had to be alive though. Like directly talking about the deposition, because I even talk about 1090 Jake being mentioned. Maybe it was all on that one live though. I'm looking back at some old videos to make sure. So it had to just be that live. We must have just got so deep into that case that it feels like I did multiple videos. Oh, here we go. I did do one. But it's not in full, but hold on. Let me pull up my other phone so I can know when the court come back up. Why can't I hear nothing? Oh, I know. Yeah. So go ahead and like, comment. Oh, I cracked myself up. I'm like, why is it not playing the whole time I had it on mute? My bad. To break down another part of the YNW Melly case. I know y'all like, Mickey, why are you not watching the Super Bowl? Well, I actually did watch the Super Bowl. I was watching the halftime show with Rihanna. That was the only part I want to see. Okay, y'all know I'll be long-winded, so let me move past that part. Going to definitely get into the gang affiliation or ties that the prosecution is
Okay, we're gonna have to pause
on YNW Melly in order to put the gang enhancement on his charges.
In trial, conversation between attorney and client. Mr. Jason came up initially and indicated that my phone was sensitive and picks up everything, and that's why I told him to remove it. Then Afterwards, they came back with his producer, whose name escapes me, indicated that there was a meter on the microphone that will adjust its sensitivity, and they will adjust its sensitivity so as not to pick up any discussion between counsel and the client. They also indicated that they would not show the screen or take during the session have the camera pointed at defense counsel and or the defendant. That would only be as the jury is entering and leaving the courtroom. I thought that was a acceptable compromise with the understanding that they cannot capture any of the conversations, confidential, privileged communications between the attorney and client. They indicated they would make sure that didn't happen. And they're also going to adjust the location of the microphone the way it's pointed. The second issue that came up was the mask, and the detective Melly indicates he's a police officer detective, operates undercover. There's a bounty on his life, was picked up in wiretap communication. He has fear for his safety of him and his family, and with the understanding this trial is being live streamed, I understand his fear for safety, and I understand the defense objects to your objection overruled. He'll be allowed to testify. This is something that I think, again, is trying to balance it, what we're doing. And my thought is that based upon the testimony of the detective, that this would be an acceptable way to proceed. And I understand it's over the defense objection. The last thing has to do with the juror who's ill. This is Ms. Claudia Calzone-Mena. And again, as I indicated, she was admitted to the hospital. I know defense counsel asked that we just wait for her and just adjourn, not be in session today, but I have no idea. This is the second hospitalization for her. She was not admitted the last time she was in the emergency room. And it was something that was, the way I understood it, dehydrated, something minor, food poisoning or something like that. But now she's admitted to the hospital this day. So it's a different situation. We have witnesses here. Juries already asked us questions about how long the trial's taking and when we anticipate it's going to be resolved. So my thought is we're moving on. There's Claudia Calzone-Mena is going to be replaced by the alternate, whoever the first alternate is. All right. So you got your witness here.
Yes, I just need to give a drive back from the defense against Muslims. I want to that they reviewed the evidence before the witness begins testifying. I also sent copies of all of the text messages and what she's relying upon as well. And so for any specific instances or any other changes in terms of the testimony from defense, if they wanted to say it provided the AK v. State case with regards to the fact that the state, as a requirement through this proceeding, has to prove that there are other individuals that are associated with a criminal street gang that are committing other such crimes. So the defense had mentioned stipulating at certain points. So before I call the witness, I want to make sure we have a final discussion before the state proceeds forward as planned.
Now, Judge, with respect to the series, I think it takes the form of 3 separate sets of exchanges. I actually think it's 4, but 2 are subsumed within 1 exhibit. With respect to those, we maintain our objection that it lacks the foundation to be introduced. We have presented the court with cases that for social media and text exchanges to be admitted, one party to that conversation needs to be brought in, or which is the preferable method, or there's some other method of establishing the receiver and sender, authenticating those communications to be what the state represents them to be, or the offering party, whoever it is. So we object on those grounds, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
Thank you. Well, this is a different hearsay objection. You're trying to offer them for the truth of the matter asserted?
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of that, there is case law and approach on the property the defense, State v. Torres 304 781. This was a case in which the Honorable Maria Garcia Wood of Broward County bench excluded text messages and was found to be an error.
And what's the theory? What's the exception here?
It is a statement by a party opponent. They are statements of the defendant, the other statements from the other parties involved to give context to those responses from the defendant.
And concerning it being a statement of a party opponent, that's where it requires some authentication to establish that it is a statement of a party opponent. And I think the phone handle for each one of these texts is Sack Chaser Howard. Sack Chaser being the nickname, as we have indicated before, of one of the decedents. The phone is not registered in the name of our client, Mr. Devins. The phone was not retrieved.
Are these all from the download? The extraction that was done?
Yes, sir.
So you're maintaining, again, you're maintaining that it's not his phone. So, and that's why previously, you said it was hearsay objection. I overruled that because it goes to who's using and controlling the phone, circumstantial evidence of that. That's why I let it in previously. If you're saying that you want to demonstrate or document that it's his phone and you're going to show some of these texts or emails, we'll see where it goes. You make your objection, we'll see where it goes.
Okay. So that was with respect to the admissibility of it. Also, I think the state has just made a comment of trying to shift to the defense the burden of establishing the relevance of that which it proposes to introduce in evidence. Instead, we have here about 200 plus pages of documents. The defense can go through and tell me what they don't want me to include. That's not how it works. They have to establish the relevance of each one of those communications in order to introduce them. So again, we take exception and object to this reversal of roles. The proponent of testimony has to establish its relevance to introduce it. The state is saying, let the defense tell us what they don't like and we'll consider taking it out. That's not how it should work. That is an ominous and unreasonable burden on the court and on the defense to go through and ferret out that which is not relevant. They have to establish its relevance. So we would respectfully request that. I think the state indicated earlier that each one of these communications has to be gone through, and that's why this witness is going to take as long as they said it's going to take. And so when they do it piecemeal, we'll be in a position to make our objections as the evidence is being adduced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Free the jury. Use your witness, please.
think the state yesterday had proposed to us the alternative of clearing the courtroom and letting this witness testify unmasked. And we think that would be much preferable to the masked situation.
Thank you. Then again, the news media has a right to be here as well. That's my concern, is you're trying to do just a balancing thing. I understand that was, I thought Mr. Adelstein indicated that it was something that was preferable to him. I agree. All right, we'll need to move forward.
Is the court going to give any type of curative instruction?
Yeah. Excuse me 1 second. Hold on. You have some instruction on the read?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we would have to include that the court has made a determination that balancing the interests of this defendant's constitutional right to confrontation is superseded by the media's right to be in the courtroom, and therefore he's being allowed to testify in a mask, because those are the two interests that are being balanced. This defendant's constitutional right to confrontation and have the jury have an opportunity to discern the credibility of the witness versus the right of the media to have a camera in the courtroom. And so we would want that to be a component of any instruction that's given to the jury, and we'd like time to craft one because the court just ruled, and we'd like to come up with one proposal.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can we have some time?
Nah, counsel, you ever something short and sweet? You know, you make a recommendation. I don't want this to go on for an hour. It's already 10:30.
I understand, sir, but this is extremely important. And we would ask for a 5-minute recess so we can fashion something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it is getting hot in there. Okay. It is getting hot in that courtroom. I'm over here looking at my ear like, yo, is it hot in my house or is it just hot on the screen like this? Hey, but this is what we came for, okay? It's watching unfold in front of our eyes. Right now, the defense just made a great argument, like I was telling y'all on the last recess when I was explaining the whole situation with YSL and how the process works as far as Rule 22 and the ruling of the state in regards to public viewing of court proceedings. Well, without going into statutes or anything, the judge just basically clarified that Florida has at least a similar law, because he said the media has a right to be there. Now, what can happen from here, based on what the defense is just put into motion and stating, so what you're saying is that the media right to be here, right, and the witness right to wear a mask due to the threat on his life is overriding the defendant's constitutional right. I said, oh, buddy, the word play, okay? If you paid attention, the judge then is like, yo, because basically the defense like, yes or no, what are we doing, right? And the judge is like, yo, summarize something a little, like, less wordplay, put it, and then I'll make a ruling on it. So that's where we're at on the recess. The defense is, I guess, in so many words, putting together a motion to put before the judge. And he's, look, that's a quick whippersnapper, you know what they say in the country. That's a quick one. Cause that judge said, yo, you ain't about to tie me up and have me answer that like that, because like Prince just said, it will be grounds for appeal. That will be a technicality. Okay. So it's something. Now, what I will say, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, if I got it wrong from what I heard. When they first came back into the courtroom, the judge was speaking on everything in past cases that Detective Danny Polo witnessed on or testified to, and then the defense brought up the fact of the matter. It was set a tone unfair to the defendant by allowing him, Danny Polo, to be covered. So they're asking that, okay, if you want to use text message and the verbiage of the text message and all that to play a part in this case, then we need the other person on the other side of the text message. So now they're basically is trying to weed out any possibility of a witness that's being hidden from testifying by using an expert witness in place. And this is what I took from my, from what I said. Let me see here. Gates said the judge is not about to say that. Prince said he ruled he can wear a mask. Yeah, he ruled that he can't wear a mask, but now the defense is countering how now you're putting in the rights of the witness due to protection, security, and the constitutional rights of the defense. That's that's definitely, that's kind of like a trick bag, right? Now, okay, my bad. Prince said, y'all, I'm talking to Lamar. So as y'all can see, the chat is going up. Okay, we are definitely putting our opinions on the table. But as far as this, by saying someone, a person that's involved in the conversation. Now, if y'all don't recall, and shout out to 1090J, because I'm about to say this because I actually got put on game with how Florida laws are a little different. And he let me know about how the whole recording of a conversation in Florida is you have to have the permission, right? So I'm sitting here thinking, like, if we go off of that, and no, I don't know all of the Florida laws, I'm just assuming, right? Just based off that particular one, that would make sense to have the other person that's involved in the conversation, right? Providing clarity that that's who they're talking to. Because as far as the defense that we know so far, they're saying, yo, that's not Melly's phone. Melly ain't had that phone. So Melly can't be the one to confirm the conversation because they're saying it's not even him. So the only other person that can confirm the conversation is, guess what? The other person on the other end of the phone or the other end of the text message. Now, they did reference Sack Chaser, which is one of the victims. So some of the messages are supposed to be a conversation with Sack Chaser. He is deceased. So guess what? If one party is deceased, one party is allegedly saying it's not even him, who can without a doubt confirm the messages? Did y'all catch that? Like, who could do it? Nobody besides the people that's involved. And again, Melly defense is it's not his phone. He had nothing to do with it. So he wouldn't be doing it because it'll be, guess what? Bad on his behalf, because then he'll take ownership of the phone. So this is getting spicy. It's heating up. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. Court is getting spicy, and we are all here for it. What to do? I'll walk them down. We are here. Hey, I'm kind of glad I decided to go live this week instead of last week, because last week wasn't getting where we're getting this week. This week it is definitely have me on the edge of my seat. Again, we're gonna see what happens. I don't want to get into nothing too deep. But we will be going over the depositions at some point. I don't know, depending on if, because to some degree, I have a feeling court may end early today. I'm not sure why. I just feel like it's gonna be an issue with proceeding with the witness, but that's just my opinion. It may stay the whole time. So depending on if that happens, we may get into it on this live. If not, I will say one, maybe either Friday or maybe Saturday. We will break down the depositions. Okay, we will compare what's what. Because it's a lot. Matter of fact, while we're on a break, hold on, because I was trying to show y'all before. Let me pull up my other phone so I can know when they start back talking. Now, this is the testimony of, do I say in this video who this testimony is? So I'm assuming, and this is just based off my memory, that this deposition is the one for Danny Polo because it talks about the gang ties. And let's just listen to some of it while we wait. Oh, shoot, they back. See, that's what I get. Hold up.
Ruling, the next witness will testify wearing a mask, you are to listen and read evidence as you would any other witness.
Thank you. Can I see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. And you have one?
We'd just like to say that would be impossible to do. Our proposed instruction is the court has ruled that the next witness will be permitted to testify with his face concealed, with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to observe the demeanor and facial expressions of witnesses in determining their credibility. And obviously, you will not be able to do so in this case. You are permitted to take the compromise of your ability to view the witness's facial expressions into account in deciding how much weight to attribute to his testimony. He is being allowed to testify in this fashion because the court has determined that the interests of the media in being present outweighs the defendant's constitutional right to face-to-face confrontation of witnesses against him.
Thank you.
That would be it.
All right, Counselor, respectfully, I'm not, wouldn't be giving that instruction to the jury. All right, let's bring the jury up. Jury entering. Gentlemen, thank you. Seated, let the record reflect for the defendants, counsel, the assistant attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury. First of all, sorry for the delay. That's my fault. No one else is, and I apologize for that. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will be testifying wearing a mask. You are to listen and to view and weigh this evidence as you would any other witness. All right, is this your next witness?
Yes, sir. I would state with call Detective Danny Polo.
Sir, you want to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn?
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm my testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Danny Polo.
Please spell your first and last name for the full report.
First name is D-A-N-N-Y. Last name P-O-L-O.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that microphone in front of you, just up or down, but not back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Good morning, Detective Polo. How are you today?
Good morning. Well,
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm a detective with Broward County Sheriff's Office. My name is Danny Polo.
Prior to working with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement background?
I worked for the City of Hollywood Police Department.
And how long did you work for the state of Hollywood?
Approximately 2 years.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office now?
Since 2015, so approximately 8 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what division or unit you were assigned to currently?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division.
What does Strategic Investigations Division, or SID for short, cover for the Sheriff's Office?
Within the Strategic Investigations Division, within SID, we have multiple county-wide units, such as major narcotics unit, organized crime unit, gang investigations unit, money laundering unit, internet crimes against children, joint terrorism task force, bomb squad.
So with regards to the SAD, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
So going to the gangs and organized crime unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the organized crime unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Mr. Pause just a moment.
We approached very close.
And here we go again. Sidebars early. Probably gonna be a lot of that under the circumstances because of the witness. Who it is spicy. What it do, Truth Team? Welcome to Truth Team Court of Internet Public Opinion. Court is now in session. We are getting a heat wave of stuff coming out the YNW Melly trial. Okay. Again, thanks to Law and Crime Trial Network for the feed. Here we go.
Left off, you were talking about you've been in the gang and organized crime unit since 2018?
Yes, March 2018, I was transferred to the organized crime unit.
Prior to going to the organized crime unit, did you have a background in gang investigations?
Yes, I've been gang liaison for the city of Deerfield Beach since approximately, I should say, the end of 2015.
And were you ever part of the multi-agency gang task force, or MAGTAF?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a countywide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way the Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up is different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district, Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the gang investigations unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD, the non-Broward Sheriff's Office districts.
And what are the investigational goals or aims of the multi-agency gang task force?
Gang reduction, reducing gang violence, reaching out to the youth and trying to stop it before it starts, and just gang investigations.
So for the last approximately 3 weeks, where have you been assigned?
I was just transferred locally to the money laundering task force.
And as part of the money laundering task force, do you still have an aspect of organized crime and gang violence that you focus on?
Yes, it all overlaps. The only difference is I'm now working the money laundering aspect of these criminal enterprises and gangs.
In terms of during your time from 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime and gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 50?
Yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's the ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging, investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or statewide prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office, like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF would be the firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, or whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area, and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs. And once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is. That way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Phil, if we could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
So the national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So that most people see on TV, the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, they call them sets or lineups, in multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
So Detective Foley, you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. When you have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them and show that they are a group. And they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they're working together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs. But for the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, one 10 by 10, apologize, 10 by 10 blocks of neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because the gang might be very, very structured, or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing, and those gangs are a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources into dismantling this type of organization. Some of the more disorganized gangs, it's a little easier. You can go out there and find out, first of all, what crime they're committing, whether it's robberies, burglaries, narcotics trafficking, or just low-level narcotic sales, firearms trafficking, or firearms sales. And then if they're very disorganized, it's easy. You just work individuals instead of the entire organization. You just start picking off different individuals, get criminal charges on the people you can, identify who within these less organized gangs has the most, the stronger presence, because there's always someone who's, they're not necessarily in charge, but the person that has the most respect. You start trying to dwindle it down so that the violence stops. That's the main concern is violence.
So Detective Polo, what training and education do you have in the area of gang and gang organization?
At this point, I think I'm probably upwards of 500 hours of just specialized training in gangs, organized crime and money laundering. Like I said, it all kind of intersects. And these are trainings that come all over the state.
Do you have any certifications in the area of gang investigations and specialists?
So I have a advanced gang specialist certification from the Florida Gang Investigators Association. And I have a gang specialist certification from the National Gang Academy.
Can you explain how you are certified and what requirements you have to pass before you can be certified by the Florida Gang Investigators Association?
Every year, the Florida Gang Investigators Association holds conferences. During this week-long conference, they put on multitude of classes. They bring in either reformed gang members or gang members that are currently in custody. We can do interviews with them. They'll teach you about what it was like for them to join these different types of gangs, why they join these different types of gangs, the risk factors for the youth, how they think, the gang mentality. So that way we can better understand how to approach gang members when we're working with them. Because a lot of times we're not just arresting them, we're also trying to, in a way, befriend them so that they maybe understand they need to stop doing what they're doing because they're either going to end up dead or in jail, and neither one is good for anyone.
So you mentioned that you've done the training. What about in terms of hands-on investigative experience? Can you list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different specific gang organizations you have investigated?
So for most people in the general public wouldn't realize it, but Broward County and many cities and counties have huge gang problems. They just operate under the radar. Broward County has almost every gang you can think of, from the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Ciurt 13, which is a Hispanic gang that originated on the West Coast, Norteños, another Hispanic gang, outlaw motorcycle gangs, different gangs within the outlaw motorcycle gangs, not just one specific group.
Have you investigated, for example, white supremacy groups as a gang or organized crime?
White supremacy groups, yes. I mean, they operate way under the radar. They try to. They're strange groups.
So you mentioned Bloods, and that's what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Personally, how many blood gang-related investigations have you done?
Specific investigations or suspects?
Suspects, sorry.
This last year, probably over 30.
430?
No, over 30.
Over 30. Oh.
Just maybe this last year.
And that's just in 2022?
Yes.
Oh. Have you ever testified in court on the subject of gangs and gang violence?
Yes, I testified in both the state and federal court.
Approximately how many times?
Maybe 6 times.
Okay. In terms of the sources of knowledge on gangs, you mentioned a couple at the conference, and interviews with documented gang members. Could you tell us a little bit more about those type of interviews and the different types that are out there?
So, as gang investigators, we gain this knowledge not just through doing search warrants and finding documents that these gang members, but these gangs generate. They create documents with their creeds, their codes, their oaths, the rules, bylaws, all that. So there's a lot to learn from that because it's written documents that they pass on from member to member. Because like every organization has rules, right? The sheriff's office has rules. You work for Publix has rules. They have a code of conduct. They have a way you have to dress. They have appearance guidelines. It's the same thing with gangs. It's no different. the national gangs have that a lot more structured. Some of these, we call them Bibles, game Bibles. They're very lengthy, some can be over 100 pages. So we learned a lot from those. The other side is interviewing and speaking with gang members. Sometimes it's gang members that we interview because they decide to cooperate with law enforcement to avoid either being prosecuted or to get a lesser sentence. So they're working off charges. Sometimes we interview gang members on an arrest. They don't want to cooperate with law enforcement. They don't want to reduce their charges. They don't care. They're okay with going to jail or seeing how the legal system works out. And, you know, if you build a good enough rapport with them, which is the main goal, speak kindly to everyone, just be polite, treat everyone like a human being. I've had great success in interviewing many, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many gang members.
Can you explain what is a field interview or FI card? Field
interview is it's done commonly in the field. You approach someone on the street, maybe they committed a traffic infraction, some kind of infraction, you make contact with them, or it could be consensual, you just see someone you want to talk to, approach them, talk to them. If they don't want to talk to you, you can walk away, that's fine. But like I said, if you treat people with respect, most of the time they'll talk to you.
When you're doing a field interview, what types of data are you collecting or aggregating at that point?
The first thing I do if I'm talking to someone is, as I'm gathering their information, if they decide to give me their information, you know, there's times people will decide to talk to you, but they won't give you their name, and that's fine. But I'll be looking at their person, at their body, to see if they have any tattoos, if they're wearing any specific colors, especially if I know that they belong to a specific gang. So if I see a member of a neighborhood street gang that wears military colors, right, camouflage, and I see a person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear, and I decide to make contact with them, they decide to talk to me, then I'll start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with the camouflage colors, or he's wearing a belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand, all those things are things you take into account.
You mentioned some times people would testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, we review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments and indictments on the federal side and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they were investigated, and we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county or different parts of the state, because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city or in every county or in every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are that.
So with regard, you also mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretaps. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how you use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts, they're involved in criminal activity. And once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using their phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting a wire intercept application. It's a very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing. How you see on TV, where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this gang. So you can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance wasn't possible. Because let's say on a gang case, the neighborhood is controlled by the gang. You can't do surveillance in these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in or drive in, they'll know your car doesn't belong and you'll get approached. Many times that's happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You pick a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then we try to cover 24 hours a day of communications, where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or gets a phone call, you are getting that phone call too. You're listening to it. You're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and you start talking about, the basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, then you stop listening. It's called minimizing. You turn off the call and you follow the rules of minimization. So you spot check the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this many minutes here, this many minutes there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time, the rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If when you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, and you continue to listen for the amount of time that they're.
So Detective Polo, for wiretaps, how many hours do you think, can you tell the jury, you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretaps?
Hundreds, if not 1,000.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with code words. Some organizations that aren't gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. And with gangs, in these Bibles, they sometimes put their codes, and it's easier to identify certain what certain things mean. So they might be speaking slang, but we know what they're saying because we either have basically a dictionary that they've created that we already have in our possession. Context, you start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so that's a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity as a gang member to conduct search warrants and see some of these translations?
Yes.
Could you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes every couple of years they'll revamp their books of knowledge and they'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of the rules. The original history with books of knowledge is going to remain the same, right? You can't change the date the organization or the gang was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that in your Bible, but you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now, they're not. Now you have white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang. That used to just be a black-only gang or a white-only gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are
okay. So you mentioned sometimes it's sees through email accounts and search warrants on that. What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, it's let's say a on a cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it basically, and then we can go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can go through the entire phone, sometimes just specific things that you're looking for. And in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it'll contain photographs of these books of knowledge, because that's how they also send it to each other. You need to learn this oath, here's a picture of my knowledge, or it's just communication back and forth, just texting each other and explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you on your knowledge. And if you don't know your knowledge on these national games, there's usually some repercussions. Maybe early on in the game when you're brand new, they take it a little easier on you, but as time progresses, the more time you spend in these games, you're expected to know these things off the top of your head, and you can't mess up.
So when you say things you're supposed to know off the top of your head, are there questions and required responses?
Yeah, so that's something that a lot of games do. It almost feels like they all kind of copy each other. There will be greetings, and the greeting has a specific response. And the purpose of that is to know if someone is really a member of this gang. So a lot of times gangs have national gatherings where they'll host a large event for all the gang members in the country. Whoever wants to come, to just come, meet, socialize, and network with other members of this organization. So as an example, there's a Bloods gang, Bloods set called 5-9 Brims. They host their national day on May 9th, because May is the 5th month. They're 5-9 Brims. So May 9th, 5-9, it's all symbolic, right? So they'll meet up and they'll usually go on videos, on live streams, and post up these events, and just everyone's wearing their colors, and you'll hear a lot of the language, you'll hear a lot of the slang, and that's another way that we pick up on how these gangs operate.
So Detective Cole, you're telling the juror that people go and put criminal gang activity online?
Well, the criminal gang activity would be the crimes. They're not, maybe sometimes they post up the crimes on YouTube to show that they're strong, or to still fear neighborhoods, but sometimes they're just showing their presence. Hey, we're here, this is who we are, this is what we wear, don't forget that we're here. They're not necessarily doing anything illegal in those videos, they're just, it's a gathering.
Is it illegal to be a member of a gang?
No.
How would you differentiate a criminal street gang versus the sheriff's office? Y'all wear the same uniform, you have a hierarchy at the sheriff's office. How would you differentiate that from a criminal street gang?
So the definition per the statute, Florida state statute, and most of the statutes across the country read the same. It's a group of 3 or more persons with common signs, symbols, colors, identifiers, who are, as the primary activity, are engaged in criminal activity. So the key word is, as part of their primary activities, they are conducting criminal activities. Doesn't mean all their activities are criminal activities, but a good portion of them are.
So going back to a little bit more of your training and experience, you mentioned about the conferences and trainings that you've done. Approximately how many of those have you attended while you've been in the gang unit?
I think my first conference was in 2016. I've attended every conference since then. The next conference is this August. I'll be attending the national conference in Chicago. I'll be teaching courses at that conference.
Can anyone sign up for that conference?
People in the field, prosecutors, attorneys, law enforcement, corrections officers, victim advocates, youth counselors.
So how many times have you taught at those types of conferences in the past?
This will be my first time teaching at the conference. I teach at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. We teach the new recruits, the new deputies that are coming in. We teach them about the gangs that we have in Broward County so that they're not oblivious to what's going on around them. We'll show them a map of which gangs operate in which areas, what to look out for, hand signs, identifiers, tattoos. So that's something we teach to our recruits. We teach, I taught at the Broward College at the Police Academy, where we taught the school resource officers, because gang involvement begins at a very young age for the most part. Most gang members join their gangs at early ages, 11, 12, 13, recruited very young. So school resource officers need to know what to look for so they can stop juvenile gangs from forming, because a lot of times these juvenile gangs that are starting in a school will then expand and join the larger neighborhood gangs or national gangs, and then that's when you start having problems, because the juvenile gang members have something to prove, and they usually get a little more violence.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, the leaders and the founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison, do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves against another gang, or whether it was just they unified based on race or based on location, geographical gangs. We have that here in South Florida. So this is all publicly available, and it's national leaders and national founders of these gangs that are putting out these videos, as well as just regular gang members on the street that are not of any special rank. They post up videos. If they find out someone is claiming to be a Blood or a Crip and they're not, they'll confront them on social media to get views. And some of these confrontations turn into physical assaults. People get called out for being for false flagging. So they call it false flagging, or just pretending to be, claiming to be part of a gang that they're not.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we haven't yet discussed, the undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them pretty much almost any gangs. So some gangs are a little trickier than others based off what the requirements are. Obviously, very organized gangs do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Broward Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. We've actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's we can't say those names, but.
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the Bloods, the Crips, as well as the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation?
Yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs have been infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several Bloods blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are blood gang members in their undercover lives.
Do they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime and Gang Task Force?
That's the best part about those investigations, is that it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking their word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. The next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything it's organizational. So you're going to meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not of an age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing he should have known. How did he mess that one up? And we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we get from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
Here, I just want to tender for defense to go out there in the area of expertise and gang knowledge. And
Thank you, counsel. Before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Discuss the case. Research. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, y'all. We have heard a lot of gang information. Hold on, let me make sure they stop talking. Hold on.
Remain along with the defendant and the witness. Detective, the court reporter saying she has having a little difficulty because you're facing the jury a lot. So if you could just speak up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Can I see counsel sidebar, please?
yes, sir.
All right. So we heard a lot of information from Detective Danny Polo, who is the gang expert. Okay. Personally, like I said, to me, I haven't heard nothing in particular to this particular case. Now, Prince did bring up a good point, is the text messages that they probably will be introducing real soon. In the documents and in the deposition of Danny Polo, a lot of names are provided. I mean, 1090 Jake name is brought up, 100K Track name is brought up. Jay Green, which is a rapper in Florida and also one of Melly's childhood friends, name is brought up. A couple other people that I don't even know who they are. So a lot of names are dropped. A lot of information surrounding all the occupants of the gray car or truck that we see pull off from the studio are brought up and in reference to being affiliated or part of the Bloods gang. Now, to me, outside looking in, just listening to what's being said, I still don't see the tie. Now, because I'm aware that they have these text messages that's allegedly from high-ranking members of the Bloods organization, all the way to, I believe they say Atlanta or somewhere, right? Because I know that part, I'm like, well, are they putting out all this information regarding the history or regarding what expertise that this witness can put in as far as to the wording, maybe, but I just don't think that's still sufficient enough to say this without a doubt is in furtherance. Because again, part of the death penalty statute, it was 5 things that they had to prove, right? And this witness, why he is so important to the prosecution, is because based on his deposition, his statement, they laid out the 5 ground things that needed to be proven in order to get the death penalty. So any objection or any information that he says that's taken off the record will start digging at the grounds for at least the death penalty. Okay. Now, again, I have yet to hear anything without a doubt. Now, on the flip side, what could be frowned upon or maybe negative on behalf of the defense's case, right, is that if they start bringing up videos, I mean, oh, something just hit me. You know how the conversation, we even talked about it briefly last night. What is the timing that interrogation video comes out? Think about it. Now, remember I said look at the body language. We were looking, allegedly, possibly, maybe, Melly is in that interrogation video throwing up gang signs. What if the timing of the release of that footage, right, of him throwing up these gang signs, what if it's entered into evidence, right, to show the pre-existing gang relation, right, that has nothing to do with the case? Because, of course, you may bring up photos and whatever on the phone, but guess what? That video ain't even part of the phone evidence. So it could be brought in to show allegedly or possibly the connection for years of affiliation. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. You know, a lot of people looked at it as far as what he said on the audio, but what if it's not even what he said, is what he's doing, right? I don't know, just me thinking with everything that's going on and around, what if that's the motive of releasing that video at that particular time? But even with that, okay, I think they're coming back. Okay, I took the mute off just to make sure we can hear when they come. But I don't know, y'all. My mind is just wondering, like I said, as far as the defense, it is going to really be a nail on their case because so many videos, so many pictures you can see YNW Melly possibly, allegedly, maybe throwing up gang signs. They're gonna have to dig their way out, their way out with this witness. You know, I don't really like to talk gang info, so you know, I can just go on to say I just don't see nothing in stone that's like boom, it got to be gang connection. Now, like I told y'all before he even started talking, I personally just feel like it could go either way because exactly. So either way, because in Detective Danny Polo's deposition, he refers to, now the only person I can't recall is YNW Juvie, but he refers to YNW Melly, YNW Bortland, and YNW Set Chaser as gang members. He also goes on to say they're part of different sets. So my thing is this. I don't know how that would tie up to say this case was gang affiliated.
These gangs, but I'll see how it ties more into the trial and this case.
Okay. How is gang affiliated as far as the murder itself? That would be interesting to see how they loop that together. Or if they even loop it together. Because one thing I noticed, the prosecution really don't loop nothing together. Okay. Really, they just put it out there and kind of let it linger, in my opinion, you know. Let's see here. Princess, how to authenticate electronic message. 1, a witness with personal knowledge must testify that printouts of text message accurately reflect the context of the text messages. Lamar said, yeah, I'm not convinced that this had anything to do with a gang. What it do, Bo? Yeah, I really think they're putting out, and like I said, for somebody listening that's not, how can I word this? That's not familiar with the street life, right? Or like these type of politics. It sounds real bad because you hear all this like, oh my gosh, they're doing that. But if you're familiar in whatever way, no matter what, if you know at least something, you know a lot of this is just wordplay at this point because you like what they got to do with the cost of tea in China, you know? Prince says the second one is a witness with personal knowledge must provide testimony establishing the identity of the purported sender of the text message. Well, if we go off of what Prince is saying, and shout out to Prince, our legal analyst over here on the Truth Team. If we go off of what Prince is saying, then possibly number 2 could be it, because allegedly one of the people in the conversation is YNW Set Chaser. So if he outlines that YNW Set Chaser is indeed a blood member or a gang member, at least, right, then it is safe to say they could allude to the fact that this is a conversation between 2 gang members. So if they then say that and put that on record, and then they're able to prove that this phone that's engaged in this conversation is indeed the phone of YNW Melly, then it then can tie YNW Melly not only to the phone itself, but into the conversation, and say that it was a retaliation or some type of furtherance of the gang to kill YNW Sat Chaser, at least. Because again, not really sure. I haven't been able to pull it up yet. I don't know. Maybe everybody and their mama trying to use Broward County right now, so I wasn't able to get it back up. But that could be it too. I think, and that's one reason why, among many reasons, I don't cover real gang cases, because it's so many ways, and it's just so tricky when it comes to talking about that stuff that you really you really can't say either way. You know what I'm saying? About it, you can't say who will testify, who won't testify when it comes to that, because guess what? He just put on record, and I say he, the witness, Detective Danny Polo, just stated they have Broward County police officers that's undercover as active gang members. Now that there was a statement, okay? Both I think that Bortland is going to be a witness. He has been out the whole time and made a statement previously as well. No signs indicate that he is. So signs indicate that he is cooperating. Now I'm not gonna put that on him yet. I wouldn't even say it's signs of cooperation, but it's signs of no movement on his side of the case, and that's suspicious. Okay, now that could just be a matter of that Bortland is just the little fish in the case, right? And as we went over the other night, his Arthur hearing, as far as we can see, right, was through and through. They provided the evidence. They said it did not point to him as being nothing but an accessory. Everything pointed to the other defendant on the case. Now, of course, we cannot see everything that goes on within the walls of those rooms, and sometimes it's not even placed on record. But as of right now, it's definitely a possibility that he could testify. But it's other fishes in the sea, like I told y'all earlier in my video I dropped. Jacoby Mills is definitely a big fish, a big witness that could take the stand and hammer down on not only Melly, but also on Bortland. So that's definitely a witness to be on the lookout for. And to my understanding, he also could possibly speak onto the gang proportion of it. Because just researching and seeing what people are saying online, that is possibly an avenue that he could testify to. I'm not gonna get into that, but that's what they're saying online. So let's see. Next, Prince says the phone number was assigned to or associated with the purported sender. Well, we know as far as the phone numbers assigned there. So what they're going off of is what's listed in the phone, right? So they're saying, well, in Sat Chaser phone, this number is saved under twin, right? And even if you go to Sat Chaser's Instagram right now, well, I ain't gonna say right now today, I did this back in March, you will see him refer to Melly as twin. So that's what they're doing, because to tell you the truth, the phone numbers are assigned to other people. Like even Melly's phone is in his mom's name. So I think they're going off of contact name. Now I will tell you this. Okay, we'll reconvene.
The jury's in the jury room regarding the team message I received from one of the jurors. I don't know how you want me to proceed. The second message, we just took a break right away. She just said she needed a moment. So I don't know what you want me to do. Okay.
We have a list of proposals in order.
You talked to the state about anything?
No, not yet.
No, I know the state's okay with the first one, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask.
I believe they're referring to a juror with the issue.
We did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a enrollment. But so the record's clear, it says, I need enrollment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel. Sure. And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand.
But that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And if she just needs a moment, maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happens. I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You asked all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that, but it can't be gangs because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Yes. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, consider him like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Adelsein's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert who, or a witness who could have been, and when they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be,
never know what tomorrow will bring. Did you know stoves aren't just for storage?
Or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we'd ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
If you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So the second issue that you had is having the witness, and it was a testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living. And I made my decision based on that because this is being live streamed. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it, and I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. We'll take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch, and once she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do. We'll proceed. Just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue with the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the jury to come back at let's say 1:15. All right, or 1:30. Say 1:30. All right. Give her a chance to relax, and jurors back at 1:30. Okay. So
quiet.
Attorneys to be back at 1 and 1:15.
I want some further discussion with you because counsel raised an issue about these text messages that are on the phone, and I'd like to see about getting some clarification with that. All right. So Gary, you tell the jury to proceed back at 1:30. All right.
Okay. And there's one other thing, maybe, and I figured the last part of the jury instruction would be that with which the court took exception. That's why I put it at the end, so it could be easily excised. We do propose that as the proper instruction, but we'd like maybe to copy the rest of what we have proposed so that the court can look at it over the break and the state can look at it over the break. I have excised that last portion, and maybe we'd be better informed to discuss it upon return.
That's fine. So regarding this witness, let's just, I don't know what the documents are, but I'd like to proffer basically how this is getting in. I understand there's an extraction, and I understand that was done, but I haven't seen what the proposal or the summary from the extraction was.
Here, I have this, if you want to look at them over lunch, I'd be happy to provide them.
Sure. You gave a copy of this to council?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do that.
These would be the ones I'd be trying to introduce as the color copies. They're the easiest to read.
So these are for what you intend to introduce at the time of trial?
Yes, sir.
All right.
There's also.
And so council's objection basically was, and again, to reiterate, I let the extraction in because it was taken from the phone. The defense's position is that there's no indication that it's the defendant, Jamel Demons' phone, and your position was that what's on the phone is evidence of who's had care, custody, control, and who's using the phone. Am I understanding the argument correctly?
Correct, John. And so those messages go to show that as well. So there are some, for example, some pictures and things where pictures of the defendant and the other person involved in the chat are talked about, that they're acknowledging that that is who is communicating with one another. One of those photos has already been introduced. That was the photo that was authenticated by Felicia Holmes. That was a photo of the defendant and Frederick Gibbons, which is also known as Rito Bang. That is the approximately 50-page statement that you have in front of you. Other ones include, there's photos of the defendant with other individuals that are identified, and they're also cross-referenced with the emails that are sent to the defendant's email and retrieved on that same phone, as well as hundreds of photos, selfies, screenshots of the defendant using that phone.
With respect to the authentication, Your Honor, I think there's a little bit more nuance to our argument, which is it's not sufficient to say that the defendant used that phone at some point. I think there's ample evidence that that phone was used by more than one person. And the most poignant and striking evidence of that is that the phone comes back to the name Sack Chaser Howard. What that means, I know that my phone doesn't come back with the name Christine Bradley because I wouldn't do that. And I think that is a clear indicator that that phone was being used by others. And so the issue is not whether or not, if we can show that it was used by Mr. Demons at some time, everything comes in. The issue is if you want to get in conversation A, prove that conversation A lay the foundation for conversation A. Prove that conversation A was being had between Mr. Demons and somebody else, and that would be at least some measure of authentication. The case law does indicate that one of the two parties to the conversation is the way to go, and that's the way to authenticate it, but it's not exclusive. But each single conversation as it's coming in should be authenticated, because the fact that the phone was passed around and used by several others, we have presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. We know it's being used by several other people. It's not in his name and it wasn't recovered from him. And so the issue isn't whether or not he's ever used it. The issue is each conversation that you're trying to put in, authenticate it, lay the proper foundation so that we're not risking misleading this jury.
Thank you. And counsel, this is on this extraction report is all on the phone with the 9807 phone number, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And just so.
And that's the subscriber of that was Jamie King.
Yes, the
defendant's the information that is from T-Mobile, I forget the exhibit number, but which had the subscriber showed that this 9807 line was signed or used by Mr. Dennis, the defendant.
that there's other information that the state has introduced, including the pawn receipt in which Mr. Demons is identifying that as his personal phone number.
I realize that, but I'm trying to go back to this subscriber information. I thought that was and I don't have it in front of me, but the plan was a family plan or something, and Ms. Jamie King had one phone, is that correct? And Mr. Demons had a different phone?
There are multiple phones on that plan, including one of the victim's phones that was used by the victim. Mr. Anthony Williams was on that same phone plan that Ms. King was paying for, that the defendant was using. And so in terms of any evidence that anyone else was using that phone, Your Honor, there's been proffers of things that was supposedly said by the defense. However, there is no evidence before Your Honor that anyone else other than the defendant used that phone. And I'd be happy to put together over lunch a compilation of every single one of the screenshots that the defendant took on almost every FaceTime call that includes him in this small box, which would be indicative of who is using that phone, and the other individuals that he is calling as the larger picture.
Your Honor, some of the evidence is before you now, which is Mr. Williams, who was also on that plan, was also using that phone. His nickname was Sack Chaser. Right before you, you will notice that all of those messages are coming from Sack Chaser. I'm not claiming that that means that all of those messages are from him. I am saying it's proof dispositive that the phone was being used by him at times, or that would never have materialized in that way. And this notion that you go to a pawnbroker, yes, maybe the day that Mr. Demons was at the pawnbroker, he gave that phone number because he knew it was one he could reach. Just like last night when I went to go buy face cream for my wife, they asked, do you have a number with us? And I gave them her number because that's the number that is associated with our Walgreens account to get credits. And when I go to Total Wine and they ask me, I give my number. And that's how that works. And so the fact that he may have identified that as a phone that he could be contacted at when he did a certain pawn transaction is not dispositive proof that he's the exclusive user of that phone. The fact that Sack Chaser's name is associated with that phone is dispositive proof that he was using that phone. And the fact that the phone was being used after Mr. Demons was incarcerated is also dispositive proof that the phone was being used by others. And the way that we can solve this is that the state can lay the foundation for each conversation they want to get in. And if they can't, it means they don't have the proof that it is him. If they can, then they do have the proof and it should be admitted. But that's all we have.
Thank you. And the phone itself, when was the extraction done?
The extraction was done February of 2019. I believe February 23rd or 28th. I don't remember exactly. It's on the analysis. The report that is generated, which is what's been put in evidence, is generated in June of 2019. This was the phone that the defendant's manager brought to the state attorney's office and was identified during that conversation by the defendant's manager as being the defendant's phone that he was given after the defendant went into custody. There are multiple messages and things that I'm happy to show the court that, because that item is in evidence, and I can put together a composite over lunch to show exactly the number of times the defendant is pictured on that phone, including the various accounts that have already been introduced, such as the Snapchat account, the email accounts, of which we have the Apple records and the certification on that. For those phones, that it comes back to ynwmellybooking@gmail.com. And that email address, in the terms of when that was created, all of that is also subject to the search warrant, specifically which this witness looked at, which we can talk about the creation date of the account, which predates any of the activities in this case and all of the names that are associated with it of Jamel Demons.
So you're telling me the phone was turned over to the state attorney's office or the police on or about the date when Mr. Demons was arrested?
No, Mr. Demons turned himself in on February 13th of 2019. About 2 weeks later, his manager came to the state attorney's office to give a sworn statement and brought the phone with him.
That's Mr. Francois?
Mr. Francois. The passcode to access that phone was given by this defendant in a jail call that I have, like I mentioned previously, to his mother, where he's telling her how to and what code is associated with the phone. That is how the state attorney's office, with the help of law enforcement, was able to get the full extraction that we have, because this defendant, on a recorded jail call, gave the passcode to his mother.
A couple of things, Your Honor, in retort. One is if YNW Melly is like any other artist, the person who does their bookings is their manager, the person who had phone in hand. So if it's coming back to YNW Melly booking, that would suggest that it's the manager who has possession of that phone. The other thing that suggests he had possession of the phone is he had possession of the phone and he turned it over. Now, the fact that Mr. Demons knows the passcode is, again, not proof dispositive. That phone was being used by others while he was incarcerated. So other people clearly knew the password to the phone or they could not have used it. And third, I'm not sure that Mr. Francois coming in here and saying it's Mr. Demons' phone would be sufficient. I don't know that that would not be some form of hearsay, but at least that might start to approach some sort of foundation. All the foundation that's required by law to be adduced and elicited and put into the record is coming from the state attorney's mouth at that desk, and it's not in evidence. So all the things that she's saying establishes it as his phone are the very things that the case law and rules require be adduced before that jury. And so the fact that she understands that is evident from the fact that she is presenting it as the foundation for why she's trying to introduce this information. But this is not the forum to do it outside the presence of the jury. Do it in front of the jury if you have the witnesses, because otherwise it's hearsay. Her saying that Joe Blow told her that somebody else owns a phone is not legal foundation sufficient to satisfy the rules of evidence.
All right, so counsel, I'd like to see what you have and show me, we'll talk about how you, what evidence you're going to have introduced to authenticate it and how to commit. All right? So we'll see everybody back at, let's see, 1:15. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, buddy. Y'all, I was over here like, oh, shoot. All right, so much has gone on. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. We got some smoke on the YNW Melly trial. Now, a lot has happened in the past 15 minutes, okay? You know what, Untamed? Let me tell you something. I never understand why anybody talks about anything on the jail call, okay? I never understood, okay? Like, again, don't get me wrong, I am a user of the jail calls because my father, right? I have to put money on it often. But let me tell you something. We do not talk about nothing dealing with his case or nothing on no phone, okay? At all. We do not. It's clear cut how you doing, whatever. You know what I'm saying? He'll say, hey, hit up my lawyer, and I'll be like, say less, okay? We do not talk about nothing else on no phone. So I never understood it. But let's break this down. Let's just, I was over here like, this is good. I felt like I was watching like the season opener of Law and Order SVU, because remember, all my knowledge comes from Law and Order SVU, okay? Everything comes from there. Oh, this is good. Now we're getting somewhere. Now let's kind of like let's break this down a little bit. Let's break this down. Now, before they came back, we talked about the whole gang aspect. Like I said, it's gonna be it's a way to tie it in, but it just depends. Let's talk about this. They refer to a juror writing a note to the court stating she is getting anxiety because the witness, which is the detective Danny Polo, is sitting talking about what the gang stuff or whatever with a mask on, and she has anxiety from witnessing a robbery with someone with a mask on. And like I told y'all at the beginning, okay, I personally, what it do, Justified, I personally don't rock with masks. It gives me anxiety, period, right? When COVID came about and everybody started wearing them full face masks, I don't care who you were, I'm looking at you crazy if you come around me with it on, even during the peak of COVID. Okay. So I can definitely understand that giving someone anxiety, because I get anxiety even today. Okay. Matter of fact, I'll give you an example. A couple of weeks ago, I went walking in my neighborhood, and a guy, I'm assuming it's a guy, had that mask on, and I swear to you, I was on high alert. Although dude was just walking. Okay, you can tell he had his book bag. He was just walking, but I was definitely like, okay, okay. It gives me anxiety. Now, and I want to just touch on it, because Bo made a comment, and it made sense though. At the end of the day, we do understand that detectives do undercover work. I mean, if you watch any type of episodes, I mean, Drug Wars, Drug Inc., or whatever the show was called, they often hide the identity of people and detectives because of their work. I get it. But on the flip side, that's the line of work. They know, right? Justify. So what you thought he was a troll? Okay, a real life troll for sure. But they know the risk of the job. Just like with any job, you know the risk of the job. Okay. Now, granted, if it was to that extent where you're fearing for your life due to the capacity of what you do, I personally would have got me a lawyer to fight the subpoena on that grounds instead of being able to take the stand. I just wouldn't feel comfortable if it's like that, right? However, by not only you coming to be an expert witness, you're not a witness directly to this case. You're an expert witness, right? You come to court with no mask on. And like I said, per Law and Order SVU, when it's a heightened sensation like that, and you talking about somebody got a bounty on you, or if it's really gang related, trust and believe people are in the courthouse, outside the courthouse, paying attention per the TV show, okay? So why would you come with no mask on, no type of like covering on your clothes? Then you come in the courtroom with a mask on, with your clothes still showing. So, like, if the person was sitting outside, okay, watching who's moving, right? You literally have a pendant, and that stood out to me. A gold pendant, I think it was gold or maybe silver, but nevertheless, it was a pendant on your clothes, right? So now this is a live stream court hearing or court trial. So, boom, someone can be watching this live stream and say, yo, oh, buddy got the blue suit on, white shirt, black tie, gold pendant. Okay. No, we can't see his face, but guess what? Whoever possibly per law and order, SVU, and criminal intent, and all the other law and orders, they could be outside. Somebody, man on the ground, can say, yo, look for this person. So when you leave out this courtroom, your mask is off again. Or guess what? The person who's scoping out the outside can now see, boom, there you go. You was just on the stand. We ain't see your face, but we see your clothes. So I think that's crazy to me. Okay. Um, and again, this is a TV. Look, I'm going off of TV. Look, I'm going off the TV. Okay. So he didn't, it's just, I just don't see how that really should have been a factor, right? In this particular case, because of the fact I mean, if a gang hit, meaning that a gang hit, right? Is on you a bounty of what he said, 50,000. And y'all know, look, according to Boosie, people do something less for 10. So I can only imagine what they'll do for 50. But I just don't feel like the whole situation was as heavy as far as eyes of the court then they're making it seem, because if that's the case, dude would have been moving a little better, right? For one, the state wouldn't have had him sitting in the hallway. He should have been in another room. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel. What it do, Marco? That's just how I feel as far as that. Now, as far as the juror, again, despite popular belief, I have an anxiety of police, okay? I mean, for many reasons, I'm gonna tell y'all a quick story. I was a kid, and this is how, like I said, my parents have had a career with the law. Okay, I remember my mom told me. I don't remember the story, but my mom, rest in peace to her, she told me the story. She said we were. I don't know if y'all remember KB Toy Store, right? I don't know if it was just an up north thing or if it was everywhere, but KB Toy Store was in the mall in Michigan, right? I got lost. Okay. My mom had security look for me. Now, obviously, Mickey was just smart all her life. I went to KB Toy Store because that's somewhere I was familiar with, right? So I went there. The security officer, right, comes to like get me and said my mom was like, she just hear this commotion and she's like, what the world? And then she's like, yo, all I see is barrettes running and the security officer running behind you. So literally, I took off running from the security officer that came to look for me, right? And my mom said at that point, she knew they had traumatized me because I had seen at that point, and I was, like I said, I don't remember it, but I have seen my dad arrested before. So it was, I guess, a fear in me already. So I took off running, right? So I'm just saying, I definitely can understand the anxiety. So even now, like I said, I am a law-abiding citizen. I don't know nothing about no crimes unless the ones that they televise on Law and Order, SVU, and Criminal Intent and all that. But I do have anxiety over police. Okay. Like in real life, I don't, again, I told y'all the reason why I never became a detective because I found out I had to be a police, and I know having anxiety of that. Police don't even have to do nothing to me. I get anxiety. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and say I can't talk to one like just in passing. But yeah, if they get behind me, I'm tripping. You get what I'm saying? Like for sure. I'm just and this is real life story, okay? So like I really do have anxiety. So I can understand the point of, where the juror is coming from. And then it just made me think I have a vague memory, and my mom told me the whole story, but a vague memory, but in the back of my mind, one reason why I never take kids with me in the store at night. Okay. I'm gonna tell y'all why I feel it's not a play from the juror, because I think Bo was like, maybe she just want to go home. I really feel like she could just want to go home. But at the same time, I feel like she could be genuine because I have a vague memory of me and my mom being in Detroit in a store and it got robbed. And I remember being just real scared, right? And but nothing happened to us, but the robbery took place, right? And then I have another vague memory again in Detroit. We lived in this house. I went through the door first and our house is getting robbed. And my uncles or whatever, they did what they had to do. But I was the first one through the door. So two things to this day I do. For one, I do not take kids with me in stores at night because that situation I remember per my recollection was at night. Now I don't know if I'm accurate, but it was at night. For two, no kids go into the house first. Normally, if I'm with like my husband, he will go in the house first. But if I'm not, I definitely will go in the house before any child. So yeah, okay. I definitely stay from Detroit. Shout out to all my family in Detroit though. But yeah, so I still have, like I said, to this day, have those, like, I live on that type of time, although it was so many years ago. I don't even stay in that area no more. I just move like that. It's like just a nature to me now to not take kids in the store at night, not to let kids go in the house first at all. Like, I literally will check my house. Like, you will not see me just go in and start just relaxing. I'm literally scoping out my whole house every time. And this has been years, way before Mickey True, way before anything. It's just something. So, with that being said, I done told y'all some fun facts about my past life, right? I definitely understand where the juror is coming from on that notion. Now, on another angle, let's just get into Mr. 100K name being dropped like bombs. Okay. Well, let's back it up, and we may have to play that back later. I did hear Fredo Bang statement or something get brought up. I caught it as soon as they mentioned the statement, so I didn't catch what was said before. So if anybody remember, let me know in the chat. But if not, we definitely gonna run that thing back. We're gonna have to talk about it. Now, I don't know, other than, okay, because I'm still waiting on the actual transcripts. It's people that says they have the transcripts, which y'all know I would prefer to get my transcripts myself. I have told y'all I have once spoke with Fredo Bang. According to what I was informed, was that anything pertaining to the case, he did not answer. However, he said the basic stuff like, yo, where you from, stuff like that, he did. I ain't going in detail about, any of like the actual questions during our conversation. But hey, that's that. That was enough. But I am still waiting on the transcripts to come in the mail. Now, another thing is we have found out recently. I don't recall if I remembered it before, but I know recently we found out that what it do, GTA. We found out that it's a 32-page statement provided by 100K Track. Now, when he went on to the interview with 1090J, he basically said he was subpoenaed, he ain't say nothing, this and that, this and that. I don't know, right? But that's what was said in the interview. Danny Polo, which is the witness, the gang expert, and his deposition that we're going to go over in the near future, right? In his deposition, he mentions that interview, right? And he mentions 1090J. And of course, they had to tie in the fact that 1090J allegedly at some point was part of the Bloods gang. So I believe that interview will come back to haunt 100K Track. I do get the pressure from the defense, like, yo, you're saying that 100K Track, which is the manager of Melly, provided you his phone. Not only did they provide you the phone, he provided you the phone. You're saying he said that was Melly's phone, like affirming it. So y'all need to bring him in here and get on this stand to say it. We don't want to hear from you, right? We don't even want to hear about no depositions. We need him in here to tell us. So it's going to be interesting. Will 100K have to take the stand? That has been the question for a while. Will he have to take the stand? I pointed out to you guys from what I could see when they moved the camera around, I did not see 100K in the courtroom. And remember, the reason why I say I'm not confident that YNW Melly's mom is going to testify is because she's actively in the courtroom. If you are a witness, you cannot be in the courtroom, whether you're a witness for the defense or you're a witness for the prosecution. You cannot be actively in the courtroom at all. So, and I wish I had my hair combed out, cut my camera. I'm rubbing my fingers together right now. Just imagine me rubbing my fingers together. Interesting. What does this mean? So I think the hearing, everything is heating up. I'm just like over here, just really like a lot has spiciness have came out in regards to this. For sure. Now, and I will say this, I'm glad Justify brought that comment up. So I will say this, in my own personal opinion, if I was on trial, especially if I was on a death penalty, double homicide, y'all can see my face. I want to see everybody's face that's saying something against me, okay? And that's not to say anything like some other stuff. I'm just saying, period. I would want to see everybody that's accusing me of whatever, or that's speaking against the notion that I'm innocent. Okay, I want to look at each and every one of y'all. So, in that aspect, I definitely agree with the defense that it is going against Melly's constitutional right at that point. And you know, when you start talking about constitutional right, and hey, shout out to what is his name? Mr. Howard, I think is his name, the defense attorney, the older black gentleman. Shout out to him, okay? Because that good talking brother there definitely be packing on them words. And he says the right wordplay. Unlike Miss Prosecutor, right? Now, Miss Prosecutor is jazzy, right? She's jazzy, and she got her witnesses with a lot of fluff, and she asked the questions to go with what she's trying to push. But that brother is smooth because he be up on her head at every time. He's even up on the judge's head by using the right words, right? Setting up the play. If a guilty verdict is rendered, appeal, they're going to take it off. I'm telling you, I told y'all from day one, I feel like based off what they presented to us, if this does make it to a guilty verdict, on appeal, this case is going to get thrown out, in my opinion, because it's too much technicalities already. And the lawyer, Mr. Howard, is definitely making sure that's known. Like, yo, we asked you, right, to not do this, and you did it, and you said it was important for the media to be in here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna check back in with, because I like what this lady was saying. So let's see what she's talking about.
Bullets came from inside the car, and they're not saying that Henry was the one who shot that gun because of the angle of the bullets. They're saying that he was the driver. And if you remember, they are charging Melly with not only, 2 counts of first-degree murder, but they are asking for the death penalty. They are not asking for the death penalty in connection with Henry because he is not the shooter, or at least I'm assuming that that is the rationale why they're asking for the 2 different punishments.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Also interesting to point out that the medical examiner, according to Christine Bradley, is going to testify that those shots fired from outside the car hit the victims when they were already dead. So I think that that will be very interesting testimony to hear once we get to that point. Another question now, Brian, I'll send this one over to you. It's from DiorMe_me, who we had on yesterday as well, asks, what is allegedly the key evidence connecting him to these murders for a conviction? I'm only hearing strong possibilities like a flipped coin.
Well, Dior, thanks for coming twice. Enjoy people coming back to watch the trial continuously. I think you're right. What you're hearing is what they've got. The strongest bit of evidence would probably be the video from the recording studio where they go into the car, because without that, there's not really an argument as to who is sitting where, and then they attach then the trajectory of the bullets. But that's all they've got. I mean, I could go up there and say, all right, we had the cell phone video that was played, and when you see that these 2 cell phones were traveling together, and then all of a sudden they're separate, what's to say that Cortland didn't stop the car after Melly got out, went to the back seat like he was pretending to look for something, and then shot them from there? Because it would be easy for them to be distracted for him looking for something in the back car than to sit in the front seat, turn around, and shoot.
Yeah.
There's no evidence to say that he didn't do that. There's no evidence to say that he did.
Didn't we say that? True Team, we've been up on this one. Didn't we say that? How do we know without a doubt that Portland stayed in the front seat the whole time? I mean, like, to be real. And that's, y'all, I'm just saying, this is definitely circumstantial, weak circumstantial at that. Hold on, y'all.
Thank you, NQ. So I think that's what we all want to know, right? So the prosecution is saying that the drive-by was staged. So explain to me, if the drive-by was staged, what was the motive for staging the drive-by? What was the motive for killing these two gentlemen who they were in the maybe same gang, had the same affiliation, they were friends? What was the motive? When did you stage the drive-by? Why? At what point, when they left the studio, everybody seemed friendly, everybody seemed to have a good attitude, no hostility. So I don't really know where they're going with it, but they need to show me why. When was this staged? Had you been planning it? Did you plan it when you left the studio? I don't think that they've done the job yet, but I think it's coming, hopefully.
Well, let's keep in mind, too, we've heard from the father of YNW Juvie that apparently there had been something physical that happened in the days before this.
All right. So we're not going to get into that part. So, y'all, this is why I said I don't know why the judge is like being compassionate to that extent, because I want to show y'all something. That witness coming in at all is bad for business if it's really on that type of time. And I'm about to show y'all in just 1 minute. Shout out to DJ Academics, because that man there is going to post it. It's already out, just a still shot. So again, just us looking, your clothes are being shown. Literally, you have possibly hair, right? Because that look like something bulky. That could be like a ponytail or something. So now your characteristics are out. Does it say who indeed you are? No, but it's too much for you to have out if you really feel threatened. Now, he does specify it's more so his family that he's worried about. But I mean, I just think that was bad to even testify at all in open court. You know? Let me see real quick. Let me see. Can I get on? Yes, I can finally get on it. So hold on. We about to get into I'm about to pull up his deposition now just to show y'all. Wow, really, dude? So dude just gave us some info I did not know. Dude says that Danny Polo is possibly who testified at the XS case. So he be traveling. Yo. Hold on. That case, hold on. What case we talking about? Just what I said, I could spot the hand from anywhere. What gonna happen? These prosecutors gonna start losing their jobs trying to go after cases just because a high profile rapper involved. Yeah, definitely. No paperwork party got real peak. Wow. Yo, Bo. Bo said 6'9", think he's slick. So you saying that's 6'9" in the mask? You crazy. Oh, shout out to the Truth team, man. We've been going strong about 3.5 hours. We're currently on a lunch break with the trial. In about 30 minutes, I will let Law and Crime Trial Network reconvene to just listen to their summary from, like an actual legal expert. Because we're a hood / Law and Order TV experts. We don't know nothing about nothing in real life. We just know about what's on Law and Order. So that's the type of experts we do. We don't know nothing in real life, okay? So we gonna let the legal experts in real life kind of break it down in their opinion. And I'm gonna do that in about 30 minutes. Yeah, because we don't know nothing about that. Like I said, we only know what they put on TV. Let's see here. I'm trying to find his statement real quick. Yep, Danny Polo. Here we go. All right. Like I said, the statement is available. Got you. Paperwork season 4 stream. Okay. Big. I'm talking about big. That's Bo. I don't know why I thought that was a different name just now. Bo said, I don't know. Ish yourself how to find out and kind of read documents. Okay, that's it. And I don't know. I don't even think I know how to find documents no more. I just, it just happens. I just Google at this point. All right, let's see. I'm just scrolling through right now to see. They're talking about the particular. All right, let's talk about this real quick. All right, here you go. Let's start here at line 11. Detective Polo, this is a continuation of the continuing saga of your reviewing records. Then it says, you just got sometime in the beginning of February of this year. Is that correct? What year is this? Hold on. 2022. So this is from 2022. Okay, for sure. That's why I say, look, your conclusions on you have nothing to do with me, because we all can read the same lines and still come out with the different outcomes. Okay. All right, let me just fast forward. All right, here we go. The question says, the first sentence says, this is a preliminary and unfinished report of the investigative steps taken during the documentation of Jamel Demons and his associates as criminal gang members, pursuant to Florida Statute 87403. Then it says, have you finished your report? The answer, no, sir. Then it says, when do you plan on finishing your investigation? Answer, when I'm done reviewing everything I can review. Then it says, when is that going to be? Then it says, I don't know, sir. If you guys beat me to trial, then I'll never be able to finish it completely. So then it says, but I have enough to state my opinions. Then it says, okay. Then it says, as we see here today, you have reviewed approximately what percentage of the material given to you by the state. Then the answer is most of the phone downloads and the pertinent sections of the emails that were sent to me, the Instagram, like I stated before, the Instagram download is approximately 289,000. Hold on, 289,000 pages. Then it says, wait, Instagram was how much? And then he says it again. Okay. Now, then he said, I don't think I'll be able to finish it up anytime this year. So I just have a question. Does this mean he just get paid to look at paperwork as slowly as possible? Like, that's crazy. Bo said, is it Demons? Oh, I don't know exactly how you say his last name, to be honest. I be trying to say Melly, but when I'm reading and I see it, I'll say it. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if it's hold on. It got to be Demons. Desmond. I think they said, no, I don't know. It got to be Demons. But I mean, at the same time, even if it is Demons, I mean, he was born with that name. His mom's maiden name is not that, so it must be his dad's last name. But people will say, oh, that was a sign of Satan. That's his last name. So, you know how that goes. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. Now they do on a record of the deposition does say that they use Cellbrite, and it says it's easier. Because the program that lets you review the phones. I will put that out there. They mentioned that is what they use to make their process easier, and that was just last year. All right, let's get to the bulk of it. Then, let's kind of get down. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. No, we're not. Where should I start? All right, this is where they talk about the thousands of photographs, and they say, let's just go there. It said the browser history. Let's start there. So, according to the browser history, the answer was, I went through the whole browser history. Those are the easy sections to go through. Browser history, notes, search history. Those are some easy ones you can just go through because usually there's not much there. The question then is, this was all related to a particular phone. Then the answer is the phone number, I believe, ended in 9807. The question, okay. And that was represented to be whose phone? Then it says Jamel Demons. Then it says, do you have personal knowledge that it was, in fact, his? Then it says, based off of what I've seen on the phone, it's his. So this is another reason why he was important. Now, they brought him in as a gang expert, but per his deposition, he is now being questioned, though, in my opinion, as a phone analyst, a phone record analyst, a phone information analyst. But the catch to it is, although they're asking them questions about that, they can tie it in because he eventually will talk about the details of some of the stuff he referenced in the phone as gang affiliation. See? I see the prosecution, what they're doing. Okay. Now it says you're basing it on the photos where he's in the photo. Then it says photos of himself, like anyone can send you a picture of yourself, but like photographs that he took where it says you can see where the photograph came from, the device. It will say captured from device. And so it's a picture of him taking a selfie or a screenshot of him on FaceTime. Wow. Right? Then it continues to say if the picture wasn't taken on that device, that it would tell you where it came from, or it will say unknown origin. Then the question was, you can't cut and paste in that? Answer, no. That's like background data or data that's just in the phones. Then it says, as you can see, I'm pretty illiterate on phones. I'm lucky if I can dial the right number. Yeah, we get it. Then it goes into say, have you had any training in how cell phones operate? Any police training? Then the answer says how cell phones operate. Then say yes. Then you say I have taken classes on cell phones and electronic training, blase, like social media. I think they asked that in trial too. See here. Okay. All right. Trying to keep up with the time too. Okay, they get more into legal jargon. They kind of said that. All right, so here go a question. Since you cannot tell how much you have reviewed percent-wise, as we see here today, what is your opinion? Is Jamal Demons a member of a criminal gang? Now, y'all see how they just transitioned, just like, boom, right? It went from like, okay, you've been looking at the pictures. Do you think that's his phone? Yes, I think that's his phone because all the selfies and stuff show that it was done on the phone. Then it was okay. So based on that, do you think he's a gang member? You see how they went into that? They flipped it real quick. Okay, real quick, real light, and it was smooth because as I was skimming through it, I really didn't think it was gonna just go like boom, but it went just like boom. Like I told y'all, when I heard the name, it stuck out because I remember reading. This is a 61-page deposition. Okay, and in this 61-page, he says a lot. Hold on, y'all. All right. Now, it says, and you're basing that on what? And the answer is everything we have discussed in the previous depositions. Okay. Now, I don't know what the previous ones are. His association with other known and unknown criminal gang members. Yeah. Have y'all parents ever told y'all be careful who you associate with? Because listen, prime example, Boosie is going through a time of his life right now with the legal system, and I do still have to do an update on that. Because of different things he did in a video, not to say technically he is a gang member, but they're trying to allude to the fact that he is. So again, be careful who you associate with, okay? So then it says the most important, I wouldn't say the most important, but the most damning for him would be the fact that he's communicating with 4 G-Shine members, the 4 G-Shine members who brought him into his lineup. That's crazy. Oh Lord. Both I was on the gang task force list and 2 other lists in Florida before I moved because of who I associated with music. So it's not hard to get on those lists. Oh wow. Let me find out. We got a gang member in the chat. Justify said, where was and who is he with? Well, I don't know. It's about to tell us though. Oh, here we go. So they're saying the phone number he has saved in that phone is saved as Hurt, who was identified as Jaquan Burton. Then the question said, now hold on. Hurt, do you have any personal direct knowledge of Hurt? Did you speak to him? Did you arrest him? Did you interview him? And I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I kind of feel like that was just more so of a, he must be like real big because, come on. That's just how the questions came like that. But it didn't say, no, sir, I have just done. They say, so that's based on FBI and other investigative individuals. And then the answer, looking at other investigation, yes. So now, I got you. Got you. Look, Justify said, no. Talking about boosted. Got you. So listen to this. Now, we're going from him name dropping names that he is saying are big time members of this G-Shine blood gang, right? But now they're like, oh, but you don't know personally, right? But you know based off FBI investigation, you know what I'm saying? So they're throwing it in there, mixing it together, right? To an untrained ear, all they're gonna hear is that you're saying some big time blood members, right, are listed in the phone of a person I'm looking at that's on trial for a double homicide, and you're saying that he's in the same lineup with them. Now, even if you don't know what lineup means, that's bad just mentally, right? You don't know to like pick through, like it's saying he don't know. You get what I'm saying? So, hey, the wordplay from the prosecution is really shiesty. I ain't gonna lie, she means shiesty now. I'm just saying. So it then goes to other than Hurt, who else? So he starts dropping. Now everything makes sense. Okay. He starts dropping a lot of names. Now, if y'all recall, what case does this remind y'all of? Not as far as like the game thing, but the name drops. Let me see if y'all remember. What case have we talked about this year that reminds y'all of what's happening right here in this deposition? I wonder if y'all gonna think about the case I'm thinking about. What to do at 83? I can only imagine. Is it peak season for y'all? So I'm gonna tell y'all who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the XS Tashian case. Do y'all recall when the defendant Derek, I haven't forgot his name, but the main defendant in that case, lawyers start dropping Drake name, all types of celebrity names, and then started dropping their associate's name. This is what it's reminding me of, right? With all these name drops. Now, let's go. Let's continue. So then it says, is this information based off of interviews by other law enforcement, right? And it says based off of other law enforcement material. So to me, hearing that, right, meaning they got like this pamphlet on this wall, because on Law and Order, right, they always have that wall where they stick the names up and everything like that. So maybe that's the material that he saw, because he then goes on to state that he never met this person, none of that. Now, they got a lot of names in this. I don't know none of these people or none of that. Now, I'm going to fast forward. Just know every name he dropped, he only knows it based off of material that he saw at his office, which is Broward County Police Department, right? It then goes to say that one of the subjects, right, in a photograph of Melly doing a GKB hand sign. So now they're leaking they're linking these big names, right, that they're saying that's on this material between the FBI and Broward County. Now they're linking it to pictures of Melly doing hand symbols. You see how that's bad? That's real bad. Let me see what Bo said. Bo said, LOL the wall. That isn't exactly how that works. They have software that does it to a crazy level. Now, if I could show y'all, don't show me anything. I just watch Law and Order. Okay. On Law and Order, they have a board, Bo. Look, y'all ask Bo all them questions. I don't know. I just go off of what Law and Order says. Oh, look. Bo, they already be saying I'm a fed. Hell no. I don't know nothing about no software. I just know on TV they got the board up with the pictures with the little string tying everybody together. That's all I know, because that's what they show in Law and Order. Shout out to everybody that's pulling up on me, man. Like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. We just chopping it up during the break recess for YNW Melly double homicide trial. We're just going through the deposition of the witness that's currently on the stand, or will retake the stand once everything is adjourned. Let me see. Look, Bo trying to get us on a RICO. Yeah, a bulletin board. That's exactly what they do on Law and Order. Bulletin board. Bo said it's like that too, but they do it virtually now. Listen, I'm talking about investigate anyone, not just criminals. Bo just be putting all the sauce. All right, Bo. She said, don't show me nothing for sure. I don't want to see none of that. I don't know. I Google. Look, I Google. Okay, that's what I do. I'm a master. I need to add that to my my new little thing. Did I show y'all that? I know I'm getting sidetracked, but hold on. I gotta show y'all that. My new Google, not Google. I'm gonna add PhD in Google. PhD in Google. PhD in Google. As soon as I can find it. Find it. Yeah, I'm a Google list. Okay. There we go. That's who I am. A Google list. Okay. Don't let nobody tell you different. I am a Google list. Now I must didn't post it. But yeah, hold on. Let me send it because I want to show y'all that I am a Google. Oh, hold on. Maybe I sent it. Shout out to Bo. Bo like, man, forget all that. I'm standing on who I am. Okay. Let me share this. All right. So part of my rebranding, this is what I made. I said I have a law degree from Law and Order SVU season 1 through 6, PhD in criminal law from the University of Meta Information, master's in investigation from the College of North Columbia Streets, PhD in paperwork from the University of YouTube, and PhD of standing on business from the Real Life of Mickey Truth College. Okay. Now I need to add. Oh shoot! Now I need to add. I'm a Google list. Okay. Cause that's I am. I am a Google list, okay? I'm about to stop associating with Bo in the chat because Bo gonna have us on a watch list, okay? Yo, shout out to Bo. Bo is funny. All right, y'all. But nevertheless, I'm not gonna spend too much time on the things right now because we gonna run it back. And then we don't know what else he's gonna say, but he goes into details a lot. About a lot of things, like just too much, okay? And then they even see, this is the thing too, why this witness can be a crippling blow to the defense, because he even going to go into details about the names, right? That's saved in the phone. Like one name is saved under the Godfather, right? And then it says this investigation conducted by the FBI, I believe it was 20. Give me a second. So like it shows like it's just damning, okay, to say the least. They're even gonna go at one point they did request photos of Melly's body for tattoos and all that. They further go on to think about or talk about the actual. See, here we go. Bam. So this is where, and I did a video on it, but I'm just gonna bring it up. And to tell you the truth, 1090 Jake has done this himself about it. But look, so here we go. They have, what was the question? Will that indicate to you that I'm a member of the Bloods, right? Oh, let's go back up. So it says, the question is, put them on the screen if you would, and please tell me the tattoos that you attribute are indicative of him being in the gang. So far, we have just primarily the color red. The answer, the use of the color red. Then it says the same color I'm wearing. Then the answer is yes, sir. Then it says, would that indicate to you that I am a member of the Bloods? And then the answer was, like I said, that's on its own. It's not an indicator of anything. I only base it off of everything else. They have a brief off the record, which is a sidebar, right? Then the witness comes back and say one of the highest ranking and respected members of Gangster Killer Bloods is white. And it says, really? And then the witness says, yes. And then Miss Liberty said, what's his name? The witness says Jacob Cherry, right? And then Miss Liberty says Jacob Cherry, question mark. Then it says that the prosecutor, right, says he provided the interview that he did with 100K track that was sent to you. He provided an interview that he did with 100K track that was sent to you. Then Miss Liberty said, so Jacob Cherry was the fat guy. Sorry, he's not fat. That's really good looking guy that interviewed track, right? And then Detective Polo says the white male that has 5 life tattooed on his neck. Then Miss Liberty says that's the one with the Australian accent. Then Miss Bradley, which is the prosecutor in this case right now, said he's from Boston. And then the witness says the same thing. And then it says, and we're going to go down some more, said he's a gang member. And then Detective Polo said he's a minute gang member. And then Mr. Addleston, it's a lot of people talking, okay, said he's the godfather according to them. And then the witness said he's not the godfather. Then Miss Liberty said he's a minute gang member, but he's high up in her ranks, question mark. Then Danny Polo says, according to the information we have received from informants within the Blood organizations, he's currently in a position as treasurer. So, like, it goes into depth about a lot of things. Now, of course, 1090 Jake has spoke on it and said it's cap. Somebody probably just threw him in there just for whatever. And let me see if I can find that video, because we got a little time. Let me see if I can pull up, because he did a video on it, you know, because he will be able to explain it better than I can. Let's see here. Both said I would say that too. All right, let me see. Hold on, I gotta go a little further back because this was like last year sometime that he's did the video on it. Oh, here we go. Now, I mean, again, you know, you can kind of pick and choose if you like believe it in its entirety, but you got to give it to 1090 Jake. He gonna speak on it, even nobody's above the content, not even him. Okay, so I definitely got to commend him for that. And you can see I done watched this before. So this is 7 minutes. I'm just gonna play it through. shout out to 1090 Jake. He has definitely been a great mentor as far as with the YouTube game. He has been genuine towards me. What he does in the streets or have done in the streets, I don't know. But as far as YouTube, he has definitely been an asset to be able to have on the list. Okay. So let me go ahead and get it started, and then we'll talk about it.
Y'all rocking with me. And for this video, we're going to be speaking on the fact that I was just brought up and brought into YNW Melly's double murder case. April 25th, 2022, 160 new documents will become publicly available in the YNW Melly case and posted to the Broward County Criminal Court site. And within 61 pages, a conversation is held between Melly's lawyer, the state prosecutor, and a witness who is a Broward County detective. A conversation continues about the prosecutors attempting to prove YNW Melly is a gang member, specifically a member of the G-Shine Bloods, and conversations he had with 4 alleged members. The document states a brief discussion was held off record when the witness, who is the lead detective, states one of the highest ranking and respected members of Gangsta Killer Bloods is white. Melly's lawyer would ask his name, and the detective stated Jacob Cherry. Me, one of the highest ranking, most respected members of GKB. The prosecutor tells Melly's lawyer he provided an interview that he did with a 100K track that was sent to you. Now let's clear this up ASAP, because even when I read this shit, I was like, what the fuck? The prosecutor is talking to the lawyer saying he, being the detective, sent the lawyer an interview that I did with a 100K track. And somebody already on YouTube made a video talking about, oh, Jake provided the video to the detective to bring it up. Why the fuck would I have to provide a video that's publicly available on YouTube to be screen recorded, downloaded? That doesn't make any sense. The only reason the detective is going to reach out to you is if they're trying to get a warrant or whatever for some information that they don't have access to. But on top of that, like in any case, whatever the detective or the prosecutors find, it gets shared with the attorney and the discovery. Whatever, the evidence gets sent to her so that an offense and a defense can equally be built. I didn't provide a damn thing, and they're not even talking about me. This is 3 people having a conversation. But let's get back to the paperwork. Melly's lawyer would ask if I was the fat guy before saying, sorry, he's not fat, the really good-looking guy that interviewed Track. So I'm good looking. The detective would say I have a 5 life tattoo on my neck. For a lead detective, you'd think he would know how to fucking read alive. And Melly's lawyer thought I had an Australian accent. The detective would say I'm an admitted gang member, and according to information they received from informants within the Blood organization, I'm currently in position as the treasurer. I can't even do math. Y'all that know me, y'all know I can't do no fucking math. When I took my GED in prison, I passed everything except math, failed that, had to take it again just to get my GED. But hey, we gonna let the informant say I'm the treasurer, all right? The detective admits he has no personal knowledge of this, and it's just information being obtained by informants. I don't know what type of crackhead-ass informants y'all got in Broward County, but they definitely don't know shit about me. The detective would continue by stating I'm bringing in a lot of money for G-Shine right now because my YouTube page brings in a lot of money. I'm bringing in money for me. Y'all can check my bank statements if y'all haven't already. It's real fucking simple. And this is funny, right? Because I did the No Jumper interview, and you had some trolls saying, oh, he's getting extorted, he's paying all them Bloods, whatever. And then you had other trolls saying, oh, they all look broke as fuck, and he got $100,000 chain. So which one is it? Are they broke as fuck, or am I getting extorted? Because you would think everybody would be iced out if that was the case, right? The detective would continue by saying I have photos with the Godfather Corey King, as well as many G-Shine members that I report on G-Shine affairs, as well as other gang affairs. Now, Corey King is publicly known as one of the originals from New York in the 90s when everything started, right? This isn't that hard to figure out. He's like a hood celebrity. Yes, I'm in the picture with the hood celebrity. Shout out to Corey King. But as far as all this other shit, he reports on G-Shine affairs when? Where? What the fuck are y'all talking about? I report on everything. This is what I do. I am a YouTuber. So like how Corey King talks about his past in interviews, I spoke on my past when I was inside of prison, when I was in the streets before prison, when I was actively gangbanging. Corey King is not no active fucking gang godfather. I am not no active fucking gang driller doing, no, I'm actively making these YouTube videos and actively making a whole lot of motherfucking money. But the fact that a lead detective in a double homicide case that they're trying to make a death penalty case is spitting out this kind of bullshit, and the prosecutor's like, yeah, listen to this, listen to this. Once I read this shit and saw how my name was brought up, it kind of just told me they must not have enough to do what they're trying to do to Melly. Because the amount of bullshit that I just read from, I'm a treasurer, I'm one of the highest ranking members, I'm this, I'm that. I haven't done shit. I'm a YouTuber. I can go back to Florida and tap in with people that I've been around for 10 fucking years that I knew when I was a teenager. Yeah, I can hang around motherfuckers, take a picture. Other than that, all I've ever done is go out to a club, go hang out, whatever, whatever. I don't understand. I'm a treasurer of what? Of my own money? Yeah. I'm a treasurer of my bank account. That makes sense, don't it? So just hearing that and hearing the type of information that they're getting from these fucking informants that are on Flocka and whatever else, I mean, it just makes them look all the weaker. You can look through that shit and tell that shit's bullshit. And this is the same lead detective that assumed if Sack Chaser and Juvie died that Melly would get the money and all this other shit. A whole lot of assumptions in the other depositions. I mean, this dude isn't even sounding that fucking credible to begin with. To be a gang expert or a gang, whatever the fuck he's supposed to be, and then saying that 1090 Jake is the highest ranking member. I don't know. I'm blowed. I appreciate the shout out, but that shit's motherfucking crazy. And y'all know I've been in contact with Track since we did the interview. I stay up to date on the Melly case. I'm just honestly as shocked as y'all that I'm actually brought into it, because this is for life. This isn't something that goes away. Like, my name is literally a part of the YNW Melly case, all because I did an interview with Track. But this shit's laughable. And if y'all really in tune, y'all know this shit's bullshit. But hey, it's 1090J, the highest ranking, respected member of GKB. I'm rocking with y'all and y'all rocking with me. Until next time.
Well, there you have it. And look, when was this video? A year ago. April 27, 2022. Shout out 1090J. 1090J knew a year ago this was bullshit. They ain't had nothing on this case. And I've got to agree with them. Because if they was shooting out straws, oh shoot. And then in the back of my mind, I'm like, so does this put a damper? Now, of course, the actual jury probably never even seen this, right? But just from the Truth Team Court of Public Internet Opinion, right? Does that put a damper on the witness in y'all minds? That basically he's just, to be honest to me, it's like he's just talking off of reading a book or something. I don't know. Something. But let me show y'all. This is crazy. So of course we can't see it, but look what's floating around online now. So yeah, the video ain't out yet, but they got the screen, the pictures of it floating around. This is the witness, Danny Bravo. Not Bravo. Oh snap, my bad. Danny Polo. Where did I get Bravo from? Jesus. You know what, Marco? Shout out to Marco, man. All right, y'all. Let me see. Where are we going to next? What time is it? All right, y'all. So I have to take a quick break. I'm about to let Law and Crime. Shout out to Law and Crime Trial Network for giving us the speed. We're gonna listen to their update. Because I do need to step away real quick, and I will be right back.
Mind without a mask.
And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that.
And this is a replay real quick. Give me 10 minutes, I'll be right back.
And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of just gangs was addressed, and she passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a enrollment. But so the record's clear, it says, I need enrollment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel. Sure. And that's a sword that you cut either way.
Oh, I understand.
But that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And she just needs a moment. Maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted and answer all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gangs, because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Yes. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, considering like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected. And we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Adelson's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which had been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert or a witness who could have been, and where they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be that we take a break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
If you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So the second issue that you had is having the witness, and it was a testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living. And I made my decision based on that because this is being a live stream. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it, and I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. Take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch, and when she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do it. Proceed, just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time.
So yeah, that was quite the hot topic before the lunch break in Florida, to mask or not to mask. And with that as the backdrop, I'm joined by Law and Crime Network's Brian Buckmeyer, as well as criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell. Natalie, I'm going to start with you here. What do you make of the defense's argument? Do you think the mask should have been allowed in the first place? I mean, this witness has testified in other cases in the same county with the same mask on.
I absolutely agree with the defense attorney. I don't think any witnesses should be allowed to testify with masks on, because one of the ways in which a jury is able to interpret the veracity of a witness's testimony is the manner in which the witness testifies. And that way you can see their facial expressions and kind of gauge whether or not you believe that they're telling the truth. By covering up someone's face, you're obfuscating or obscuring some of that. And so I don't think that that is the appropriate thing to do. And I think it violates Mr. Demmons' right to confront his accusers, to see that person testify on the stand. There were less intrusive means to be able to let that witness testify while protecting his identity from the media. They could have just turned the camera away from his face while the jury could see him. It prejudiced Demmons in so many ways. I don't know why that was allowed. And I don't care how many counties allow it and how many states. I don't think it's ever appropriate to let a witness completely obscure their faces.
Brian, what do you make of the jurors' note and their anxiety about the witness's mask?
I mean, it's fair. Jurors are people. They come in with their own baggage. And so you having a fear of what happened to you as a child and seeing someone being robbed makes sense. But I think there's a deeper question here is, let's say we try any one of the three options, right? We remove the cameras, let them speak only with the people there. Does him taking off the mask relieve her anxiety? When she goes to deliberate, is she still going to think of the guy as, oh, he's the guy with the mask who then took it off? Is that going to color her testimony? is just taking the mask off going to just absolve all this altogether, even though we took this break? And if the answer is no, unfortunately, that means she's got to go. And I know that creates a whole other issue that we have only 3 alternates. They'll go down to 2. Maybe this trial extends a little longer. Someone gets sick. Kids need childcare, whatever it may be. And that's where it gets really scary, because if you drop below that 12, then you have a mistrial. But at this point, unless she tells me, yeah, once he takes off the mask, I'm good. All that anxiety is gone. I can wipe it from my mind. This whole experience is gone. In my mind, I'm thinking, I don't think you can stay.
Well, that's very interesting, Natalie. How big of a deal do you think this could be, and everything that Brian just pointed out?
I think that it comes down to they have to voir dire this witness and see whether or not she is so prejudiced by watching this witness testify with a mask on. And if they voir dire the witness and the witness says, yes, take it off, I'm fine, and neither the defense or the prosecution thinks that the juror is lying, then sure. But if the juror expresses any hesitation in being able to be fair and impartial after watching this person testify in a mask, they're going to lose that juror more than likely, and they should lose that juror. You know, no judge wants a mistrial. They want the case to go through to its end, but you also do not want to prejudice the defendant. You want to make sure that they get a fair trial. And it's possible that that did not happen here because of the manner in which this witness testified.
Well, there definitely has been a lot of twists and turns in this case already. Another one popping up today with this mask issue. They're supposed to have it rectified after the lunch break. They are currently going to come back from lunch very soon. So hopefully we will see a resolution and see what happens next. We are going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but much more to cover here on this Melly trial when we come back.
Is your partner secretly on dating apps? A single Spokio search can help.
All right, y'all. It should be time. Court should be coming back in session any moment now. And like I said, we really ain't got much to go on. I just don't want to miss nothing. So we're gonna wait, see what happens. Because it's gonna be good. It got to be good, right? Because they have to explain to us exactly what the ruling will be in regards to not only if really, I think it's the option, right? Because it's one of 3 options I think I heard. The first one was if the court is closed and the witness takes takes off his mask, right? Then also the other part was if they just call not Trick. Why I keep mixing up everybody's name? Track to take the stand to say what he said originally, as far as that is Melly's phone. And then what was the third one? Maybe it wasn't the third one. Maybe it was just 2. I don't know why I'm thinking it was the third one. But yeah, it's simple enough if you ask me. 1 to 2 options. Now, what my question would be, what does it mean for any of the 2 options, right? So if it is a situation where they choose to close the court, what does that mean, right? If it's a situation of calling Trey, what does that mean for the case as far as the defense, right? I don't know. And okay, let me ask y'all this. If Track is called to the stand, do y'all think he will actually repeat what he said? Do y'all think he will plead the 5th? Or what do y'all think? Y'all let me know. Oh, speaking of which, dang, let me find out, Lamar, you and because you wrote it in the chat the same time I got a message on Instagram. I was gonna say that's not even you on Instagram. Let me see something. Let me check. I was supposed to do that earlier. Let me check it out. So according to what everybody's saying right now is that Boosie won his appeal. See, what tripped me out was that I could have sworn he won it anyway. Cause I showed y'all that the judge denied it. So I wasn't 100% sure how that worked. Give me a second. I'm pulling up paper real quick. Okay, so they finally got the new case number in there. See, I told y'all I wasn't gonna jump into conclusions. It's there now. All right, let's see. And I'll share my screen. Can some hold on. Shoot, I'm on all my phones doing multiple things. I don't want to miss the start of court, so hold up. Let me pull up a window first. Yep. Okay. So it's safe to say, shoot, court about to start. Okay, we're gonna listen. Hold on, let me see what they're about to do first. We're gonna listen to court. Okay, hold on. So remember I told y'all in my opinion, right, that the reason why the new case number came up was because it went from a complaint to an indictment, and that is what has changed. It is now an indictment. Okay, it's no longer a complaint. Are they talking now? Hold on.
Messages that you have before your honor, the messages in green are the statements of the defendant. So what I did was,
how come they start out with young sack chaser Howard? I thought I was advised previously that that was not Mr. Denman, that he had a different name or something along those lines.
he does, your honor. So that is a remnant from Celebrate. I don't know why it does that on there. That's something defense can argue, but what your honor can show, your honor, is on the phone itself, and these are approximately 300 images that I was able to put together in about 15 minutes. There are some that will only show on the computer here because it has the specific codec that is required. But in each of these images, there are 300 of them that I can go through that show the defendant on FaceTime calls with his mother, with his grandmother, and I can go through them individually and show that they are on and from the device itself. So the report that's up on the screen now, your honor, will show that sometimes images are sent to the defendant. For example, this picture here, which is the photograph of the defendant and his mother. That was an attachment that was sent to that particular phone. Now, that to be contrasted with for example, this image here, which is showing a file path of the actual phone itself. This is DCIM 100 Apple. This is being taken on an Apple iPhone XS Max, which is the phone that the defendant was using, that is attached to that 772-713-9807. So in total, your honor, this is just 300 of about, there's 10,000 images on the phone in total, and this isn't even talking about any of the videos, of which there are many videos on there that also show the defendant on that. You have photos of the defendant, for example, I'm trying to for the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing a FaceTime. For example, this one right here, if it ends in .png, your honor, that is indicative and can be testified to that that is a screenshot. When an iPhone takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png format. So that's what we have here. In this one, you have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the larger one. So here's another example of that, and this also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or a CDR. Here's yet another one of the defendant, and this is also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the records custodian testified to and are in evidence. So that is just one example, and I have the full printout of what I just showed, of the 59 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well to show for Donna on that. There's more, counsel. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal, or?
I'm sorry. What is, this is a different?
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to your honor.
These?
Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it came to the device as something that was sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
And how about the time of the murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So for example, I'll show your honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate the result on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as...
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal, so that we don't lose the significance of each.
She's going to, counsel's going to proceed with her argument, and her thing, you'll get a chance to speak.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King, because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, Sack, Chaser, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demmons about that person, showing that it is not Sack that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and talking about how, I don't know what all going on. He's talking, making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And
Sorry,
then,
hold on a second.
sure.
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course. Sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to reply is, you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit. Ain't nobody tell you to text her. She minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that, because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, so this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That Jamel Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of the homicide, in which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Ciurt. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire poem? This does not go to the heart of her objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated, what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is Jamel Demon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that as the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sends a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that, Council?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license from his phone. And some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamel Demons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all of the call detail records and all of the mapping that was done and put in yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime. Then it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas's phone goes to the hospital, and that is what is consistent with that, and they are recovered at that location.
And Council, I don't understand this Celebrite, why that would put a different name on the text messages.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone, and for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on a other social media account, that could put that name on there. However, it is who was using the phone at the time that is important. And so this and all of the information and everything on these show that it was the defendant. And by the defense suggesting it was not, that makes even more items relevant to show. For example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature that were shown of the defendant. The contention that someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people is absolutely ridiculous. So just the conversations that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant, and those are in there with other people in which he is acknowledging interaction with them and the contents of the photos. Those individuals are the ones that are identified as the gang members that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
Defense. Yes, sir. Thank you. What we have said, which is the gravamen of our objection, is that this phone was used by others as well. First question the court put to the state was, how come it says Sack Chaser Howard? I was told that was the nickname of one of the decedents. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough. The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know if you, on Celebrite, it might capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses the phone, ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she is offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever, would run in direct contravention of this notion that he used the phone exclusively. So the state is conceding by its very contention that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got there. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone in that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Miss Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media accounts and what have you are being accessed by Mr. Demons, how come the multitude of times that he has accessed these accounts did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone? Again, our contention is not that the phone was never used by Mr. Demons, it's that it was not exclusively used by Mr. Demons. So the state wants to show that Mr. Demons used it, and they put up a screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top corner. That particular call, the state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number that is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that account. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that phone authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and if the court notes, I mean, I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. It's not all of them. And some of the photos that were displayed for the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Did somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity? Did somebody else take the picture because he was a friend? Did somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out? That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish. As a matter of fact, it puts the phone in somebody else's hand at the very moment that picture is being taken. So the question becomes, what is admissible? The state, if what is clear, is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate. I can prove that he had this phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sack Chaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously, I just told you, I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly been used by others, which she said is why Sack Chaser Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got Sack Chaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it, and every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. It doesn't make sense, and even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. If I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges, if they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So what we're doing is inviting error when we say, okay, we can prove some things. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to admit, but we want you to extrapolate and infer that since this phone was in Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a lot of points, then we get to put in everything and call it his conversations. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was tracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was tracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is an inference they're making. It's an argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for the evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked anywhere. And, Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever been in, instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without a witness. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, or the purported gang conversations that the state wishes to admit through this witness. If this witness can establish them, or if the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demons or out of his fingers in a text, then they're admissible. Otherwise, they are not. And they're hearsay.
So in addition, Your Honor, I'd point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile include the IMEI phone number and the MSDN, which is the identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there, showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demons, including, not limited to, what this defense has also been provided, which are all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant, on October 29th of 2018, then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced into evidence, the extraction of that, and brought over all the data from the prior phone he was using on the night of the incident, which is the one that was tracked. And that is able to be seen through all of the data, and that is clear from the records from T-Mobile as well as from Apple, and those are items that are admissible as business records and are not hearsay, as we have previously discussed. And that's what I have up on the screen now, so Your Honor can see the fact that the iPhone, and specifically, when I scroll over, goes back to Jamel Demons, Y&W Melly booking at gmail.com, and goes forward and gives an address in Vero Beach, Florida, which is consistent with what is on his numerous driver's license transcripts, which have been put into evidence. And there it goes through and shows all of the phone numbers and everything else for the defendant.
Your Honor, let me just add this briefly. There is evidence that Mr. Demons lived in the same house as several other people. Identifying an address means nothing. The state, I think, mentioned that in its opening. Several people lived in that house. An address means nothing. Secondly, if I want to set a motion on this court's calendar and they show that I called chambers, it doesn't mean I spoke to the judge. I spoke to your courtroom deputy maybe or secretary, artists get bookings by their manager, the person from whom this phone was obtained. Saying that it says Y&W Melly booking is proof, or at least a suggestion, that it was used by somebody who books on behalf of the artist. Artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. If there was a transcript of a proceeding that took place in this courtroom 7 months ago, and it didn't say who was speaking, coming in here and saying that here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of this, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can tie to him. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies a speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is the defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation so that the jury knows that when you show me this and tell me and get up there in closing and said, he said this, we know he said it. And it can't be because we have a FaceTime of him and his little brother months before. Each individual conversation needs to be, the foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can't, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
A couple things, Councilman. Number one is I don't have any evidence before me that the phone is being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that, and what the state's indicating to me and what she just proffered are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand, and I still don't understand how young Chaser Howard is on that. And to be candid, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone, is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother, and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Demmons was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that, as well as the subscriber information showed that the mother is listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes, but it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that this is Mr. Demmons' phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed, and just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those 2 messages?
John, while we bring her out, can I just say this? Yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not booting up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. So the court said there's no evidence that it was being used by others. That's evidence. The fact that it has Stack Chaser Howard, which is well, I understand, but you said you didn't. I'm just letting you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not exist.
Bring the jury.
We gonna have an issue. The defense just took a blow. They are allowing the information in that shows, according to the prosecution, that is YNW Melly's phone.
The reason I brought you in is I had 2 messages during the last witness's testimony, and the first one said, "I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him?" That's your message to me? And the second was, "I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack." And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus you guys didn't even tell us, like you don't know what people have been through, so it just it's shocked me, it's shocked. So yeah, but I do feel like I can handle it. But that just wasn't appropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it, and I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions, and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's going to have on mask. I can listen.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, reflect the juror stepped out. Counsel Manuel, the defendant. Counsel, she indicated she's still curious as to why the witness is wearing a mask. She said she's able to follow the instructions, and she's able to listen to the evidence, and she feels comfortable going forward. Anything you want to?
Yes, sir. We believe we again move for the court to employ the procedure of clearing the courtroom and allowing this witness to testify in a manner that will allow the jury to assess his credibility as it would any other witness. We also believe that in lieu of that the instruction that we offered, which answers her curiosity, should be given. The court indicated that it declined to give the defense instruction because of the component of the proposed instruction that referenced the court balancing and prioritizing the media's right to be here over the defendant's right to confrontation. We do think that is an appropriate part of the instruction, but short of that, the rest of the instruction, which excises that portion, we believe to be called for, especially in light of this witness's persistent curiosity. We answer all their other questions, and this is a pertinent, because this is one that goes to to the heart of why she is being denied the opportunity to make the observations pertinent to his credibility.
Thank you. What's the state?
Judge, I think we can come up to an agreement. I think we just need to more closely track the instruction. And going off memory that it's 3.9, so I'm pulling that up now as to exactly what witnesses are supposed to be judged on. And I think the problem is the way defense has it is you observe their demeanor and facial expressions, and the actual text of the jury instruction doesn't say that. The actual text of the jury instruction reads as follows. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. There's nothing about demeanor or facial expressions in any way, shape, or form in that jury instruction. So I think if it read that the court has ruled the next witness to be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes, the court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to, and then to edit it to comply with the standard, to consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said.
One moment to defer, Your Honor.
So Ms. Smith had a good point that it would not be appropriate for Your Honor to explain the logic behind your ruling or to say that it's because of this, but if you wanted to instruct them that the witness has said that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case, that would be fine.
Thank you. So my thought is, as far as the instruction was prepared by defense counsel, the first page reads, the court has ruled that the next witness, I'm just going to say Mr. Detective Polo, Danny Polo, will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. We're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right, so let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the DSO office down the hall, so I'm going to go to my new grab so they aren't anywhere.
Can we approach around any items, Your Honor? Yep.
Without having a hearing, having them bring their lawyers down here and everything else, it's a whole, it's a major move.
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of this matter are not as they get.
Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and one of our jurors, we need to get the witness. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I was asked again to instruct you regarding the witness Danny Tolo and the fact that he's wearing a mask. I have ruled that Danny Tolo would be permitted to testify with his face concealed, with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling and this decision because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later time as to how you judge credibility of witnesses, but that is why he was permitted to conceal his face except for his eyes. All right, can we get back to Mr. Tullo, please?
Inside party.
Them and these sidebars, but y'all, so what we just learned. I think it's over. All right, what we just learned is that they're allowing into evidence for the trial the cell phone records, text messages, FaceTime pictures, and all that, referencing that oh Lord, get money. Oh wow, really? Jesus. Okay, they're referencing it to be Melly's phone. They're using all the evidence presented by the prosecution to say that this is Melly's phone. Now, I'm kind of on the fence on how I feel about that ruling. Just from my own personal opinion, I feel like because, like I said, I utilize other people's numbers, utilize other people's social media, like my relatives on my phone. You know what I'm saying? So. But from a legal standpoint, I mean, at the end of the day, it does make sense if you have that much. What is the word? I can't even think right now. That much. Shoot. What's the word? Yeah, I literally lost the word I'm trying to say. Anyway, that much evidence that could at least give a picture of what's going on. I can see why they allowed it, but here we go.
Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Yes, sir. You were Detective Tullo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, you were previously placed on the road to remain on the road. Detective Tullo, you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. This is ended. I was offering if they want to daughter the witness in any area of his expertise.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
You've seen my face before.
Yes, sir.
It was on February 17, 2022. You recall?
Objection, Your Honor. It's my non-responsive.
Sustained.
What was the objection?
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Did I take your debit?
Yes, sir.
What date did I take your debit?
I don't remember the exact answer. Here.
If I show you a copy of the transcript, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do you have all four? Mr. Hall?
I'm referring to this.
Okay, which one is that? So I should go in. If counsel is so kind as to show me.
The date I mentioned, February 17, 2022.
I don't have a copy.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And on that date, you were asked, I'm not sure if I did the question, whether or not you had ever been declared an expert in any proceeding.
Correct.
And had you?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Okay, so your expertise, or at least there's no court that has had acknowledged your expertise up until February 17 of 2022?
That I can recall.
Are you contending that you were an expert before that?
Has the court declared me an expert? Is that what you're asking?
Well, we know you didn't. You said no.
Right.
Okay.
Can you clarify the question?
Okay, let's strike that. I think we can. You were asked about your training and education just now by Ms. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
And you said 500 hours of specialized training.
Yes.
In the area of gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. It's all the same.
It interconnects when you're working in gang case.
Okay. Of that 500 hours, how much was money laundering?
I'd have to go through all my certificates and subtract a couple hours here and there. The bulk of it is gang investigations and organized crime investigations, which are one and the same, basically.
Okay. So you're not saying that money laundering is one and the same as gang training? You're
No,
saying
sir.
It's not?
I'm not saying that, sir.
Okay, but that's included in your 500 hours, right?
Yeah, a couple hours out of that are money laundering, specific money laundering. Maybe if you want me to take a guess.
I don't want you to guess anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us, as you said.
I can give you an estimate.
And can you tell us how much of your training was actually gang related?
The majority of it, bulk of it.
How much? Time-wise? Do you
Exact
know?
hours, over 400 hours.
Over 400?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 400 was gang. And you have certifications that indicate that?
Yes.
Did you bring them with you?
No, sir.
Okay. And you were telling us that you also have a certification from an association of some sort. What's the name of that association?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
Is that a law enforcement exclusive organization?
I think, do you mean, do people other than law enforcement go to those trainings?
No, I mean, can someone other than a law enforcement officer get certified as a Florida gang by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
Yes, sir.
You know that happened?
Yeah, prosecutors, other attorneys that go to the conferences, victims and victim advocates, they all go to these trainings.
I'm asking if they can get certified.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying prosecutors can?
Yes.
And police officers can?
Yes.
And you're saying defense attorneys can?
I don't see why not. I'm not sure if they would bar a defense attorney from going to the training. I haven't seen that in their website.
Okay, but you can't tell us that?
No, I can't, sir.
And when you said other attorneys, then you mean civil attorneys?
Yeah, attorneys like the attorneys that represent the victims in certain crimes. I'm not sure what they fall under.
Okay, and you're representing that civil attorneys that represent victims in crimes can get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
They can take the trainings, yes, sir. And then the trainings result in getting your certificates.
Okay. And how many hours do you need of training to get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
The exact hours, I'm not sure, sir. They put on basic courses and they put on intermediate courses, they put on advanced courses. You take them, you get certificates for those, and then they put specialized courses on specific gangs. You do all those as well. So exactly the amount of hours, I don't know exactly the amount of hours, sir.
How many hours did you go train or get instructed with the Florida Gang Investigation Association before you got certified?
close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay. And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a 8-week-long gang specialist course that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy, a training company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company. They provide training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instructions? What is their experience?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching in gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but where I was asking about the academy, you don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential you?
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials this person had.
Okay. And were they gang members?
No.
Okay. So it was some other people who profess to have expertise then conferring certification upon you.
They're putting you through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to, it's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams. There's videos. There's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, eight weeks, you said?
8 weeks, sir.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay. Let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Okay. Well, the gang members that are in custody.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time?
Some.
Okay, let's start with that. Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I know you don't want to.
Yeah. But
you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expression.
When I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, things that I might already know about them, intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's going to lie to me.
I understood. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview, right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview. And then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
Right. And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, You're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No.
Okay. Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past lives?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now, and these founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're probably trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up at the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive? Getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because nobody will. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir. That just gives me a little insight into their world and into the gang mentality. It's rare when someone, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this game, right? That's not typical of a person to want to admit. It's incriminating against themselves, and why would anyone do that?
I understand. My question to you was, some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes. Okay. And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was a reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations, if it's an investigation into a criminal organization, that's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir. This is probably an accurate representation. I might be missing one or two. A couple.
What are you looking at?
Uh, 18 gangs and about 30 different investigations.
So there, you 13 or 30?
30.
30.
Yes, sir.
So when you gave us the number of 30 suspects.
That was blood investigations.
Okay, that was blood only.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the last year.
So this Florida Gang Investigation Association, can anybody get certification if they don't attend the criminal justice only part of the training?
I don't work for FGIA, sir. So I don't know what their rules are for that. I know I'm allowed to take the classes. I know I've seen prosecutors send those classes with me because I've had prosecutors come to the trainings with me. So I can't answer on behalf of FGIA.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. So you were thinking that non-law enforcement can get certified, but the only people that you've seen in there with you are prosecutors and other are law enforcement.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. You mean cops or just people involved in the legal system?
People involved in on your side of the legal system.
Okay, that's
Overruled.
yeah, that's different than law enforcement.
Okay. So when you're saying it wasn't only law enforcement and you're talking about attorneys who represent people, victims of crimes.
No, we've had victim advocates at the trainings before.
Or at the trainings giving instruction?
No, taking courses.
Okay. So it's not limited to certified law enforcement or retired law enforcement or probation, parole, corrections, juvenile justice, intelligence personnel, prosecuting attorneys, judges, and crime analysts, and intelligence analysts, evidence technicians for a law enforcement agency, or any other person deemed appropriate for membership.
Look, you're reading that from their website. That's perfect. I mean, like I said, I don't work for FGIA, so I don't know where their cutoff is.
Okay.
And I don't have access to their website at the moment.
So in fact, it may be just a law enforcement only organization for certification purposes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay.
I believe I've met people there taking courses that are not law enforcement. So I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not saying whether they're allowed to or not. I just know they've been there.
Okay. And you were saying some of the, do you work undercover?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were saying some of the undercover members, you know, undercover law enforcement officers who are members of gangs.
In an undercover capacity.
Yeah. Yes. Undercover. Are you?
I am not, sir.
You did. So you would agree that those undercover officers who went that step would probably know more about the intimacies than you would.
I was a case agent on that.
Okay. And
case agent being the person that leads the investigation and tells the undercover what to do and what evidence I need to gather, what evidence is beneficial to prove the game, and I collect all the evidence, meaning knowledge, instructions from other gang members. So I direct the investigation, they're the undercovers.
Okay.
So when I'm the undercover, someone tells me what to do because it's their investigation.
okay, but in an undercover capacity, you never went to the step of getting inside a gang so you could be in the room where intimate gang activity was actually being discussed among gang members only.
It's recorded. I'm in the room.
Okay, so you're just in the room with them, but you are not a gang member, so they wouldn't be discussing stuff that only gang members discuss if you're not one.
So what I'm trying to explain is that undercover operations are recorded audio video. So the fact that I wasn't present doesn't mean I didn't see it.
Okay. So the gang Bibles that you spoke of, are those the same gang Bibles that you can download on the internet?
There's so many complete ones on the internet. I haven't really found any great ones on the internet. But there are some that have been leaked. Some of the information is pretty accurate. Some of them are outdated, and it's not the most recent ones. Like in this case, we found an updated one that was revamped in 2016 from the original 1996 version.
And you were saying to us, I think, that the rules of a gang in one location or locality don't necessarily translate into being the rules of a gang in another part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of that organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason that there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules?
Both.
Okay, both. And you're saying that part of the information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff?
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way with the right arm over the left arm. Or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on their right, or put a different colored bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You get what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting question.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right?
Yes.
When you say might, are you saying that sometimes they cross it left over right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm just saying.
So that's not really a rule then, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir.
Okay.
So that means Bloods typically wear red. Right, that's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white T-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time, because you're supposed to cross out your B's or your C's. Sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight.
Sure.
You were saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right.
Correct.
Meaning sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, and sometimes they might wear it in the back. Right?
Yes.
So that's another rule, that sometimes they do.
These aren't rules. These are a rule is something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. If they did, it'd be very easy to just find all your Bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on the Zoe Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a Nitrate Gangster Bloods case attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay. So whatever the case, would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? You agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
and you said that you've attended every conference since 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
And how many times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? Is it biannual, annual, every month? Annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. You wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings, 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things, like outlaw motorcycle gangs, I believe was the last one I took.
Okay.
I think a 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I have to look at my certificate. I think it took, I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right, one last thing. You said that you have taught, like, I'm not sure I got that right, but was it like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing?
I've spoken to the youth, both while I was working on the road, before I was in the Strategic Investigations Division, trying to help the youth not join gangs or leave the gangs that they're already in, trying to give them an opportunity. That's something that I do on my off time as well, not for the sheriff's office. I volunteer, and I've taught at a victim advocacy conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speaking?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. Yeah, and it happens. We see it where.
I thought you were talking to kids. Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching them.
I thought you were talking in general when I'm teaching.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about. It's a prevention thing. It's more of like, don't ruin your life, and explain the risk factors and what not to do, and try to help them understand that there's a life outside of that, because some of these kids come from families and neighborhoods, socioeconomic areas where they don't see a light, so they need to understand that there is a way out.
I agree with you. What I'm asking you is when you do that, you are doing nothing that any other of these fine officers could do, or I could do.
I think I could relate with them a little better, because I understand the gang mentality, because I've interviewed so many gang members, so I understand where they're coming from.
Okay, but you have included references to motivational and just stay on the straight path speeches to you as among your teaching experience and your expertise.
Something I do, yeah. And you learn from those kids as well. You don't think you learn from kids that are involved in gangs?
Okay, thank you. One moment. I have a question.
So
Detective Pola, when you're talking about determining whether or not someone is or is not a gang member, do you go both ways?
I try to convince myself that they're not. I'm trying to avoid confirmation bias. So if someone tells me this guy's a blood or is all off your family or GD or Crip or whatever, I'll start looking for things to tell me that they're not. Because the second I can convince myself that this person's not a gang member, it's probably true that they're not, and that maybe it's just not enough evidence to prove they are. But when I'm going in there looking for evidence against it, and all I can find is evidence to support it, that's when it shifts, and I'm like, okay, this guy has to be a member. And this happens frequently because, like I said, sometimes people document gang members incorrectly because they'll see a tattoo that they think means something, and they'll document that person as a member of XYZ gang, and then I personally know that person is a member of this Bloods gang. So then I have to go and figure out why someone believed this person was a member of this other gang, and then convince myself that that person is wrong and I'm right, or maybe notice that there might be two gang affiliations, like a prison gang and street gang, or a national-based gang and local street gang that they associate with. So multiple alliances.
Okay, so you mentioned that there can be multiple alliances. Can you give a definition of what it would mean to be behind the wall?
Behind the wall means in prison.
So are there different gangs that are behind the wall versus outside?
Yeah, there's different gangs in prison, and there's some of those gangs exist on the outside as well. So the United Blood Nation was founded as a prison gang to protect Black Americans against Hispanics in New York and Rikers Island. Little by little, that expanded and it spread to the streets, and then these multiple blood sets that were created in Rikers Island were now on the streets spreading their ideology.
You used a term that we haven't defined. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a set?
A set, like a group, a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UBN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first 3 original sets, 9 Trade Gangster Bloods, 1 Trade Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head, right? So that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head, the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. And they have there, from the Godfather, you have the highs, and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title. So they might give it an associated title, like it could be anything, right? Whatever set, people call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, and you have the 5th floor. 5th floor is your rank. You call it 5th floor or 5-star, or you're a 5-star general. Then the 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position, and then a little bit less than the next one, a little bit less than the next one, until you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount of one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to a prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom. They're transferred over to the person in charge of collecting the money. The person in charge of collecting the money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they can pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall in prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes it's, like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. There's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher, right? Because even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense, because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or the code word is another code word. And unless you know what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, you get this based off of context.
Okay. So can you describe, so you mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in most, if we're speaking about Bloods only, in the Blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically just replace all the C's. And the reason that you replace the C's is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast, California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. Mal Pyru was one of the original sets. 5'9" Grim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes evolve into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were created. So these neighborhood street gangs banded together, created the Bloods, started calling themselves Bloods, and began to multiply. And their main thing was defending themselves against the Crips. So most of their language is anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's. They'll call each other certain words like Crips, Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. Well, these are little things that they do, and it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they write a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire.
Yeah.
What would that be translated to?
A gun.
What about a stick or a pole?
A rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It's like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate or being greenlit that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on the plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done on you. And if you're a member of this gang and you know that Johnny Smith is on the plate and you run into him and you don't act accordingly, then you might also be put on that plate. You might also be labeled food, and you might be next in line, or you are next in line to be killed.
You also mentioned the term false flagging. Could you define that for the jury?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a Blood when you're not a Blood, and saying you're a Crip when you're not a Crip, or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they've adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods buy from. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet. And they try to follow this stuff. At some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming Blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national Blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold and you come tap in with the Bloods and become official Bloods or sanctioned Bloods, right? Fall under one of the national branches, or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be wiped out.
And if you could explain, is the term real right?
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned Blood, a Blood that's tapping in, a Blood that's associated to one of the national branches that's doing all the right things as Blood. So if you're saying you're real right, that means you're a member of the Bloods, like the sanctioned Bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of command. So who's your foot soldiers, then your first floor, second floor, third floor, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of say a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer Blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another Blood because they don't believe you're a Blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. And you would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the gang, is so-and-so. His big homie is so-and-so. And the Godfather is so-and-so. And as long as you have the right answer, if the person quizzing you is a real Blood, he's going to know that you're not lying. And that's how you catch you alive. If you're faking it, you're not gonna be able to answer those questions correctly. You're not gonna know who the big homie is. You're not gonna know who the boss is. You're not gonna know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if someone asks, who do you walk with? What would be the appropriate answer?
With the Bloods?
Yes.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are. Basically, you'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that a couple times. Could you define that?
Tapping in is what all of the unsanctioned blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real blood, and by real blood, I don't mean unsanctioned sets are not real bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. Just because you're sanctioned doesn't mean you're not a gang. So if you're claiming to be a blood and you want to be a sanctioned blood, the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real bloods, sanctioned bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You've mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
Englewood.
Like the city in California?
Exactly.
Okay. You taught, one of the other things you said, could you define what is set tripping?
Set tripping is something that's created by G-Shine. G-Shine and Gangster Killer Bloods. I might go back and forth. I'll probably just keep correcting it, or not correcting, but mentioning it. But Gangster Killer Bloods created that term basically, and set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangster Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and they might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other bloods. You start breaking rules, everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So that means if there happens to be a fight on the courtyard or someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, or GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should have enforced on someone else. So there's little controversy with G-Shine because a lot of blood sets don't like them because they're enforcers. It's like, like a lot of people don't like the cops because we write people tickets. The police of the G-Shine, of the blood world, right? They're enforcing the rules.
So, Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
Yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they weren't. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live streamed getting beat for what they did. Everything doesn't rise to be put on a plate, everything doesn't rise to be killed, but you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statutes, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs, or that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are is 874.03. And there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of their primary activities that commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts a style of dress, admits to gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable, identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy and reliable, associating with a gang member one or more times, associating with gang members 4 or more times.
Okay, so maybe correct you for, yeah, A through K. Does that sound familiar? Okay. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
No, like I said, they say get it how you live. So as long as you're bringing money in for the gang, then you're going to be in their good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're going to support you. They're going to bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to, and that you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the gang, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is to go do home invasion robberies, if you're out there doing a whole lot of home invasion robberies and bringing a lot of profits back to the gang, or a lot of guns back to the gang, or a lot of drugs back to the gang, then you might get a promotion. If your job is rapping and you're doing good and you're making money and you're bringing in money to the gang, and you're taking the gang to shows and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang, not supporting yourself, supporting the collective, then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially.
To New York City, the good and the bad. I'm doing something.
All right, we 6 hours in. We're going strong. We're holding it down. And I don't know what's going on here, but a lot.
Bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. The African Americans did to bring up Black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic gangs, Asian gangs, Black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want dummies, right? They want smart guys. If you're out there committing reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's going to want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be very good at sports, or you might be just a very smart person and you just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to D-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case.
In reference to this case.
Oh, I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr. Demons was a member of this gang, and if he was, to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, were you able to show that in document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So yeah, there's multiple videos of Mr. Demons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons was observed multiple times, more times than I can count, wearing the colors red, colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So what about adopting use of a hand signs that's identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Stacking is a form of communication with gangs, within gangs. If you meet another blood, you might you might ask them who they roll with. They say, "Oh, I'm a blood." Well, then they might just stack his set, so he'll say where he's from, right? So he'll claim, he'll throw maybe a B for blood or a B for blood, and then follow up with each set's. Every set has their own specific hand signs that they might throw out. So there's universal hand signs for the UBN, the United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all bloods kind of are supposed to know. And then every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set that is part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stack into it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
Yeah, so the way I was able to identify these other G-Shine members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted or that was privately inside his phone, not shared.
In terms of what about if they've been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times? Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other bloods.
What about if they are identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
Physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go.
Bible.
And so we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act or a character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked. That happened to those two kids. I don't know how old they are. Those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys. Fun haircut.
Okay.
Yeah, they were claiming to be members of Sex Money Murder, which is a set of Bloods, and they quickly got checked by almost every Blood that can find them on social media. They got branded, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Devins in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Devins for being a fake Blood. There's all I could find is support for Mr. Devins for being Blood by other Bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on a cellular phone and email extraction? Or
Yes. Yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna make sure defense has a chance to see what's in the state. Triple U for identification purposes only. Detective Holland showing it's been labeled as state triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to ynwmellybooking@gmail.com from one Jaquan Burton, same subject that was identified through his cell phone on his text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, to the reference of his cell phone.
Thank you. Welcome, side by side. And y'all are going to take a short recess, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. Just leave your notes and pads on your chair. Thank you. Don't discuss the case. No recess. Mr. Dennis, you need a restroom break? Are you ready for a restroom break, Mr. Dennis?
All right, y'all, hold on. I'm switching my phones because this is not gonna be loud. I don't even know. I kind of feel like we just sat through an initiation, but hold on, let me get on my other phone. We've been going crazy in the chat, man. Shout out to the Truth team. We definitely been having fun in the chat. Hold on, switching out now. All right, I'm back. Y'all hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me now? All right, we are on a recess, I believe. Yeah, short recess. So, what y'all feeling? I can't even tell you exactly how I'm feeling from that. I don't see any like boom to this case. I definitely feel like we heard a lot of game knowledge. Okay. I mean, some of the words I had never heard before. I don't think I'm probably gonna hear them again. You know, they don't talk like that on Law and Order SVU, so I'm not really sure. I mean, what y'all think? Y'all let me know, because I kind of just don't know. Let me look back through the chat to see what we've been talking about. We just really been cutting up. I did pull a new poll out. You know what? Bo and Marco has been killing me in the chat, okay? But I put the poll out.
Okay, so there's the testimony from the detective. He is testifying with a mask, and of course, we're not showing his face there due to concerns with his area expertise. He is an expert in gangs and gang activity, and he is testifying there in court. Let's bring in my two great guests who are going to break this down with me now. I have Gene.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I really just don't want to hear no more about gang stuff. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I had actually cut the volume down. That's why I was so heavy in the chat, because I was just typing. Oh, I was just typing. I wasn't listening. Because it just started getting ridiculous, because I'm just, yes, they're in recess. Now, I'm just at the point now, right? I will say the prosecution got to win. Okay. And like I was telling y'all in the chat, I always wondered why in September 2022, why did Jamie King, aka YNW Melly's mom, phone get subpoenaed, right? And remember, I told you during that hearing, they said they were possibly going to charge her with tampering with a witness, right? However, they gave her immunity, and then they subpoenaed her phone. Remember, she even filed records saying that Detective Moretti like pushed her finger back and all, to the point she had to get medical treatment. So one thing that lingered in my mind was, okay, I wonder what's in the phone, right? That phone, depending on what's in it. But I always been thinking in regards to the witness situation, right? So I definitely felt the witness aspect, but the whole time it clicked today, I tell y'all no lie. While they was talking, I actually went and took me a shower to get dressed, to hit these streets in a few, right? And then while the hot water was coming down, I said, oh, that's why they took the phone. It wasn't even for nothing with no witnesses, in my opinion. It was for showing that YNW Melly was texting his mom frequently from that number. They didn't. Now, for those who don't know, back when she provided the confirmation that YNW Melly's cell phone ended in 9807 back in 2018, the detective made a mistake and didn't enter it into evidence right off. He later, once the charges was filed, put it into the report, and the defense caught it, right? So to me now, looking back, I'm like, oh, that wouldn't be a good look to try to use that in there, right? So then I thought about it. What other way to verify his number from a source that would make sense is his mom? So take her phone, extract the information from the phone, and then go from there. Let me find out. Is this who? Okay, I'm gonna be nice. TTV, who are you and what you want? What don't you care about? Let me know what you don't care about. We don't have long, because I'm about to boot you out, but I'm gonna give you a chance, because maybe I'm missing what you don't care about. So it made sense. So basically, they used the records of her phone, her extraction, to not only verify the information being directly from Melly, they also used text messages in her phone. Did y'all hear the part where they talked about the guns, where he stated the conversation was about a 45, but then turned around and confirmed that he wanted a Glock 40. Did y'all catch that part? Bad word, because now that's on record, okay? It's on record. Then we have this possible witness that's already listed, but we don't know if they're going to be called, but this possible witness, Jacoby Mills, who then in 2019 provided a statement that he found the bloody 40, right, and provided it to TRAETHETRUTH to dispose of. So now we got the text message on record with YNW Melly, according to what the judge is stating. Now that shows his phone, right? Talking to his mother about purchasing a Glock 40. We then may have a witness to say, yeah, I picked up a bloody Glock 40 and passed it off. I don't know. The math is not looking to math in the right way of the defense at this point. Now, as far as the whole gang connection, right now, I haven't heard any valid gang ties directly to this case. However, yes, a 40 was used, and they confirmed that from the bullets from the body and also from the statement that was provided from Jacoby Mills. Getting a phone swipe, but keeping the same data is insane to me. New phone, new profile, new everything. Okay. What it do, Duda? Duda said, how does it look for Melly just stopping by? It's not looking well as of today because they were able to utilize the extraction from his mom's phone to then verify that she was in constant contact with the phone ending in 9807. Not only that, they have conversations between her and Sack Chaser, right, in regards to Melly, and also a conversation with her and Melly talking about a Glock 40. So what type of plot twist is that? It went from us thinking they needed to verify the information in his phone, right? And even the defense, to my understanding, felt like that's what they needed to do, right? But now they done flipped it, and they're going to utilize the information from Melly's mom phone to prove that he indeed had access to that phone on many occasions, and the judge agreed. Now, that's something. Now, I will say, like I told y'all, that just happened. Thank you, Marco. Shout out to the team, okay? So, dang, I kind of lost my train of thought. Oh, so that leads me to think that phone was taken from Melly's mom October 2022. So just think about what we heard so far today. If this trial would have took place last year, instead of having to wait on the Supreme Court, Melly would have definitely been found not guilty without a doubt, right? Because the information that's being provided is new as far as like the last 12 months. So ain't that something? They did not get the phone from Melly's mom until September 2022. The trial was supposed to, I believe, start in April 2022. This is seriously bad, okay? Now, mind you, we're just on Detective Polo gang talk. And really, that's all this is gang talk. It's not even pinpointed yet. Maybe it'll get to there. But imagine when Detective Moretti comes on. And from my understanding from yesterday, he is supposed to testify sometime in July. I don't know how they're going to get up off of here. Dude, I really don't know. It's going to take a minute because we still have to hear from the coroner, right? The medical examiner. We still have to hear from them. We still have to hear from the detective that worked the case from the beginning. We still got to hear from a lot of people. Let's get back to it.
A different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UVN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first 3 original sets: Nitrate Gangster Bloods, 183 Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation, have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right, so that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head of the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. Then they have from there, from the Godfather, you have the highs and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title. So they might give it an associated title, like it could be anything. Whatever set, can call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, then you have the 5th floor. 5th floor is a rank. They call it 5th floor or 5-star, or you're a 5-star general. Then the 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position. And then a little bit less than the next one, a little bit less than the next one, until you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount, one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say you get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to the prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do, but
Just call it the 9807 number.
Yeah. What did you say? Purported to be the defendant?
Yes.
We object to that.
Okay.
9807.
Just the phone number.
Sure.
Okay, can I just call the phone?
Yes.
Please.
All right, we're all set?
Yes, Ryan?
Let's bring the jury in.
So you? Okay.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witnesses, the names on the stand. Councilman Roach, we're still on your direction of affirmation, but proceed as sustained on last objection. Repeat your question, please.
Yes, sir. So Detective Polo, the item that has been presented to you is straight states triple U. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to ynwmellybooking@gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction you reviewed?
Yes.
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in toto and would request that any individual exchange be authenticated. Foundation be made.
Objection not overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple U would be marked states number 68.
So Detective Fuller, I want to go through this email and the attachments that are on it one by one. The September 16th, 2018 sent date. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the...
Counsel, one second, please.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb.
No.
Grab a chair.
Trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, you could read that aloud for the jury?
My computer just stopped. Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
And who is it addressed to?
ynwmellybooking@gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, the Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject named Derek Dixon was identified as Gino.
Okay.
Street name Gino.
And we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on.
Hey, good money is good. Y'all leave get money alone.
Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So we went through some of them and were able to identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamon Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Demons. That was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I got a copy. Was first page.
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one sent to mitchelljamon@gmail.com.
Oh. So going through, continuing to this last, the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangascari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine Bloods?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above the foot soldier.
So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996, I took the S out for a B because Slav is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, put a B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Shaquell, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head, and he was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa, I think from last year or the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was present, showing live stream for everyone, showing the big turnout. There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of Corey King and some of these other names, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe, they're referenced.
My apologies.
They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Shaquell and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah. The Damu, or they call themselves Olas, OLA. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. Damu, you're saying you're blood. I'm an Ola, I'm a blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, yeah, that's how the original G-Shine set was divided. It was divided into 3 temples. We call them temples. And each one of those had their own separate hierarchy.
Okay. And to continue on to the top of the next page where you said temples are on there, that's over here?
Yeah, and it references the names of each individual set. So that's a common thing. Sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name. Like Nitrate Gangster Bloods have a set called the Hellraiser set. It's different sets, they just give them names. So here you see some of the names associated with the original 3. The most important one here is the 9.5 Killer Shine set.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so you can touch it and it will show what you're looking at.
Yeah, so 9.5 Killer Shine, that one stood out to me.
Why so?
Because in the messages located on the phone between
the 9807 phone number and
between the 9807 phone number and G-Shine members that were identified, Gino being Derek Dixon, Herc or Q-Shine being Jaquan Burton, and the person they listed as their godfather being a subject named Stretch, who was identified as Keith Stevens.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith Stevens. His name is Stretch. And Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9/5 Killer Shine blood set.
Oh.
So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay. So when you're talking about like calls and responses, you mentioned that the information will have kind of the translation. Is that what we're looking at here?
Okay, so right here, this is a way of asking who you fall under. And there's a male in the jail where they write NBA. They're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So if GF is the godfather, they call him the general manager. And this is what I said, it changes from set to set, because there might be a set that won't call it the general manager. They'll call him whatever, it could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that. You call him the head coach. In this specific Bible, the low, this 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the laws, the original laws were written for the UBN. G-Shine adopted the same laws. Those are the original 30 laws. Blood in, blood out, you get jumped in. Sometimes, and like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. So voted in by committee, you're putting in work, that's another way of getting in. No snitching, that's an important rule. No punking out. No backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality is very common in the gang world.
Can you translate, you made a comment about being blessed in. Can you just explain that? I don't think you've defined that yet.
So blessed in is when you didn't really put in any work and someone within the organization is just vouching for you. And just saying, hey, this guy's gonna be one of us, they bring you in, you don't get jumped in, you don't have to put in, you didn't put any work in, you didn't do anything, they just brought you in, they brought you home. That's terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessed in.
Okay. On some of them, like no flu wearing or yellow back.
I don't know, I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain, I said that I think earlier, that there's certain codes that just, don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bloods, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11, that's indicated here, cross out all C's and replace with B's, K's, or X's. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes.
Oh, was that in private communications?
Private communications and public posts that were posted from that phone.
Okay. And items number 16 and 17. Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about, where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email, because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor at a search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whoever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot in email form.
Okay.
So keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, a member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your lineup, within your set.
Okay. again, more of the laws 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes unless someone violates your set, code, and colors. You gotta respect. That's like the biggest thing in the game world is respect. With every game, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And next thing it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath, it's one of the, most games have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim. And when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all these rules. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all your creed. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge and you failed, then you're going to get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge and they test you and you get quizzed and you answer everything correct, then you're doing just fine.
Okay, so you had mentioned that there were other different sections and hoods. Are those some of the ones that you had previously mentioned? The 9 tray?
Yeah, so the original founders of the UBN, OG Mac and Leonard Denite McKenzie, they created all these, well, these gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods, they then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that we've ever recovered have, the dates are pretty consistent. So that these are things that you'll almost never get wrong, unless you find a Bible from a jail, from a brand new member of the Bloods who's trying to learn, and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize his stuff, because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you're sitting in jail.
In terms of, it says greeting and replies, are those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you won't even know you're being quizzed on it. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was his first time being a Blood, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page, where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. It's a very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if it'd be like variation of it, like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries are just the answers, or the definitions to the word, to the codes is other codes. It's just, unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
codes.
Okay. And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for some of the Obviously, some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping. It's 1965 on that list. Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could, if big indictments come down and a lot of people, like a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex crime murder got indicted, and I think a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they've completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
after
the
law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Between this and all the other games have the same thing going on. A couple hundred pages of that, it's impossible.
No. So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
I'm going to be approached for a thing. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Do not discuss the case. Don't communicate anything about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. Certain no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll be back with you shortly.
Here we go again.
That's in here.
Of returns, 3/15/2022. This is discussing the second and third depots, and the third and fourth depots.
So it's not.
It's not in there, that's the search warrant is in there. So you have that.
Counsel, yes, let the record reflect that you stepped out. Counsel remain well with the defendant. You're suggesting you don't have this record? Because that's right. That's what I heard you say. Now you want time to look for it, so you need some time to see if you have it or you don't.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're in recess.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see if you have another way you're gonna give yourself.
I need a specific one.
Hi, y'all. Oh my gosh, this testimony is stressing me out. Shout out to everybody that's running the chat up, but your girl is stressed out all this game talk. I swear, like I'm over here, like barely holding on. What y'all thinking, man? You know what? I'm not even engaging with Cyan no more because he done bumped his mind. He freeing everybody. Shout out to Sign. He is definitely new around here, okay? But he's in the chat, or she's in the chat, wanting to free all the members, okay? No matter what. Y'all, all this dog and gang talk. But listen, this is what I'm about to do. Because we've been going at this thing for almost 7 hours. I have to get up out of here. And I don't know how my phone is going to act if I just take it with me. So I'm probably about to put an end to the live at this moment. I will be back on later. If not later on tonight, I'll be back on in the morning before the trial starts to do a recap. Yeah, because right now I feel like I done got initiated and all that stuff. So yeah, we're about to get up out of here. I appreciate everybody that been rocking out with me today. Like I said, we've been going at this thing for 6 hours and 55 minutes. However, your girl got to hit these streets real quick and take care of some business. I appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure you share the live on your way out. Make sure you like it. Pull up on me later on. And as always, like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. For now, Truth Team Court of Internet Public Opinion is adjourned. Holla!
I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I took the hard way. Hard way. Hard way. My heart to this day. I'm really with it. My feelings in it. So please, bitch, don't play. I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I took the hard way. Hard way. Hard way. My heart to this day. I'm really with it. My feelings in it. So please, bitch, don't play. Don't play. Don't play.